U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Tired of or fearful of hearing no? Let us say yes. We can help you get your loan approved with our expanded guidelines, less than perfect credit okay, high debt to income ratios, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-934-1870 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-934-1870. That's 800-934-1870. What do you have to lose? Call 800-934-1870. Again, 800-934-1870.
Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Humble bragging.
I slept great until I got up this morning at my accustomed time of 3:45 to get ready for this extravaganza.
Bitter jealousy.
We've been working together for 9 years.
That's true. That's true.
9 years, and a lesser stag has caught your scent.
And timeless Friday traditions.
I'm like, let's go. Let's get the party started. I'm ready to go.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, you 6 a.m. listeners are certainly ready to roll. You are ready to unleash. You are ready to vent the anger, the frustration, the embarrassment is very evident to us as we settle in. Already had a bunch of texts waiting for us as we kick things off, and that's pretty much going to be the theme of the show today as we give you a chance to do just that, vent after the Nuggets. As one texter put it early this morning, it was basically the out game, out-coached, out-hustled, outworked, outplayed, outclassed. And that is how we kick things off. Both Stokley and Stink are off today. I got my man Scrappy Will Peterson here. How we doing?
I'm doing all right. They called me in for the funeral, Mike.
Yes.
Called me in for the Nuggets funeral, which obviously May 1st.
You are the Undertaker.
Way sooner than anyone expected, and can't wait to dive into it with you. Just a bitterly disappointing night for Nuggets fans.
Well, let's start right there. Just how did this happen? How were you feeling going into last night, and how are you feeling coming out of it?
Yeah, I'd picked the Wolves yesterday just because we got burned in games 2, 3, and 4. And I thought after game 5, yeah, it was encouraging, but the evidence of the series still pointed toward Minnesota. And then you get the tweet from Shams last night about 6 o'clock that DeSoma was ruled out for Minnesota, and you're going, okay, who's going to score
Right.
for them? Who's going to score
score
for the Wolves on offense?
I'm like, Julius Randle. Then who?
And we got our answers in McDaniels and Shannon.
Yeah.
And you lost. We'll get into Jamal and all that, and he wasn't good. But you lost your season last night to a guy in Jaden McDaniels who talked a lot of smack and backed it up, and to Shannon, a man who was not in Minnesota's rotation. He would be on the end of the bench cheerleading Jalen Pickett style if they weren't so beat up. So what Denver did was embarrassing, obviously. But to lose to McDaniels and Shannon, if I had told you that 2 weeks ago, you would have told me I was crazy.
If I had told you that the Nuggets would lose in the fourth quarter and Minnesota's lineup would not include Anthony Edwards, would not include Dante DiVincenzo, would not include DeSumo, but instead would be Mike Conley, Terrence Shannon, Jaden McDaniels, Julius Randle, and Rudy Gobert. As our Jake Shapiro at DenverSports.com put it, a group that had logged a grand total of 6 minutes together during the regular season.
And it's what Shannon did to you. I mean, he dunked on you at the end of the first half, bammed on you embarrassingly.
Well, at the end of the game, they were setting up their offense to ISO Jamal Murray on defense so Shannon could blow right by him for a layup.
And he did with the left hand.
I mean, they were ISOing Terrence Shannon.
Terrence Shannon.
Go get it. Go get Jamal.
Who, by the way, went 3 or 4 picks behind Deron Holmes just a couple of drafts ago. And I understand he ripped his Achilles, but clearly not part of the Nuggets' plans if he can't get on the court when Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson are both out. Big miss by the front office. And it's the equivalent of if Hunter Tyson was still on the Nuggets and somehow went bananas in a playoff game. This guy was not on anyone's radar.
Yep.
You could have done 8 hours of series preview, and his name would not have come up. And last night, he drops 24 points on you, including some emphatic points that were embarrassing. So it's a stunning loss. I'm not going to go full hyperbolic and say worst loss in franchise history because I still think what happened in Game 7 a couple years ago when you're trying to go back-to-back is probably worse. But you could make a case it's in the top 5.
I think you could make the argument because I just wonder if this signals the end of an era. I just wonder if this signals the window slamming shut. I just wonder if this is now you have reached the proverbial fork in the road. What are you going to do? Are you going to blow it up from the standpoint of making significant changes within your core, or firing the coach and completely going in a different direction from the Michael Malone
Dynasty.
Mike Conley, not Mike Conley,
Tim Conley.
Tim Conley model.
It could be the end of an era.
You know what I mean? It might, or it could be a third, or maybe it's a third decision where Stan and Josh Kroenke just decide, you know what, we got our championship. We have a group that is always going to roll out 50 wins. Got popular players. You know, we're guaranteed to continue to sell the building out. We're going to be in the playoffs. And you know what? That's easier to go forward with than just simply blowing it all up.
Could be the case.
And we also have a coach in David Adelman who maybe we don't want to admit that we were too premature in firing Michael Malone or that we should have gone in a different direction. They may not want to admit that. So, yeah, it's going to be it could be a fascinating day, you know, because if anything's going to happen with David Adelman, it's going to happen this morning, probably.
I would agree. I don't think they would wait if they were going to fire him. We could find out when we're on air in the next 4 hours. But do you feel like April 30th, 2026 was the Nuggets window slamming shut? Or is that thing still open? Like if you had to give a percentage, you know, obviously when they first won, it was basically 100% open. We did think they could win 2, 3, 4 with Nikola. What percentage open is that championship window now?
Tell you what, let's talk more about that. Let's get into that. We want to get your reaction. So much of it is coming in. Let's see some more here. After watching that series, I'm 100% certain David Adelman did not have a game plan and thought just because he had the better team, we were going to win. His choice of rotations were horrible. The Nuggets need a grown adult in charge. Another one, blow it up. Jamal shows why he wasn't an all-star all these years. Aaron Gordon isn't reliable when needed. He's just a regular season player. Time to accept The Jokic era will produce only one championship. What a waste. And on it goes. Hey, we want to give you a chance to vent and to let your anger and frustration out. And we will do that along with an Is It Just Me Friday. Get you a chance to get all your hot sports opinions off your chest from everything that went on this week. We'll get into that. Will Peterson saying alongside next.
Denver, a playoff city where the stakes are higher and the moments are bigger. As the Avalanche hit the ice and the Nuggets hit the court. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is your home for complete playoff coverage. Every game, every series, every critical call. Broken down by the voices you trust. We don't just follow the playoffs. We live them, so you never miss a thing. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors, your siding, windows, decking, and roofing specialist. During the month of May, 5280 Exteriors are offering you $1,000 off a new project. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
She walked miles with her granddaughters every day at Disney with zero knee pain, but she couldn't have done that months ago. This all started with a visit to QC Kinetics.
We have spent the last 4 days going from park to park, walking all day long, no pain. I feel fantastic.
Here's what baffles people when they hear Kathy's story.
The doctor said, you need 2 full knee replacements. And I said, that's not going to happen. I went to QC Kinetics, started treatment that day. Within a couple of weeks, I was absolutely pain-free.
It's the kind of story that QC Kinetics hears from patients all the time.
I cannot thank QC Kinetics enough for giving me my life back. I'm active again and loving it. I'm well over a year out. I've had absolutely no pain in either knee.
Before you agree to surgery, listen to this. Think about it.
Tomorrow is Animal Kingdom, so yeah, gotta go.
Kathy's glad she took them up on the free consultation. We have one set aside for you.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise With Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is team. TEAM. Text team to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's team to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Any way you want it, it's the way you need it. Any way you want it.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Fama Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Stoke and Stink both off on this Friday. I got Will Peterson in here with me, and we're chopping it up, giving you a chance to vent after really the inexplicable. How did this happen? How did a Nuggets team that looked so good, 12-game winning streak going into the playoffs, look so good, and then have it all fall apart and not be able to take advantage of a Minnesota team that was down two of their top scorers, and then a guy who had just put up 43 the other night, and then he was out, and they still couldn't take advantage of it. The reaction pouring in fast and furious here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Derek in Broomfield. The Nuggets loss makes two things clear. David Adelman cannot continue to be the coach, and Jamal Murray cannot continue to be the point guard. Murray's terrible defense was attacked all night. You cannot have bad defenders at center and point guard. I mean, that is an excellent
all the
point.
Bad defenders.
Yeah, all the bad defenders. I mean, it was shocking, Will. We went into this series, at least I did. You know, I knew the Nuggets were never really a very good defensive team, but they were always so good offensively that they were able to make up for it. But, boy, when you really watch them play defense, and to this texture's point, Jokic is not interested in playing defense at the rim. He just isn't. He just isn't. And Jamal may try, but he just can't keep up.
It felt like the Wolves got whatever they wanted in the paint. I mean, how many times did you feel like you were looking up and they were either dunking the basketball or laying it in while Jokic was just standing there?
Yeah.
And that's where you missed Aaron Gordon and Payton Watson so much, because they at least provided some level of rim protection, for sure. The defense was bad. There's no question. But to me, they lost the game on offense. It's the third straight time in Minnesota you failed to crack 100 points for a team that routinely scored between 120 and 130 during the regular season. Jamal Murray, first time he's ever an All-Star. What a dud performance in his
Terrible.
last game of the season.
Terrible.
He was awful last night. Could not make a shot to save his life. 4-17 from the field, 12 points. At least Nicola in the second half tried to put him on his back. He had a really good second half offensively. Now, it wasn't good defensively. No one's going to argue that. But you looked at Nicola in that second half and you go, okay, he's going to try to find a way to pull this off. But he didn't have any help. Cam Johnson played his best game as a Nugget, but Jamal, terrible. Christian Brown, ghost, awful. Aaron Gordon sitting in street clothes. That's 60% of your starting lineup right there. So I understand people are going to come for Jokic because he's the quote-unquote best player in the world, but there is so much more blame than that between the three guys I just mentioned, and of course the head coach David Adelman as well. All the clutch stuff of Jamal Murray, that feels kind of gone today.
I think all the positive vibes that came out of his regular season, all-star game, all of that which was deserved, I thought was erased in this series, because ultimately what makes this guy, what has made this guy, what has made you overlook sometimes the inconsistency in the regular season was how much he showed up in the playoffs. And he didn't do it. Jaden McDaniels locked him down.
He owned him. Who was the better player in this series? Jaden McDaniels by a mile.
Oh, Jaden McDaniels was the best player in the series.
Correct.
Of both teams.
He talked the talk and he backed it up.
He did.
But one guy was an all-star, Supermax player in Jamal Murray, and the other guy was the fourth best player on Minnesota entering this series?
Mm-hmm.
And he just owned it. He punked the Nuggets.
As one of our listeners on our Denver Sports YouTube channel said, the Nuggets made Jaden McDaniels look like prime Kobe Bryant. You know, driving in the lane, pull-ups, attacking the rim, defense. I mean, it's true. I mean, this is a guy who I think because we've watched Jaden McDaniels as part of this rivalry for the last several years. He was just kind of a good role player. A good role player. He turned out to be the star of the series.
And he was Kobe in the sense of he was cocky, but he backed it up. You know, sports fans can respect cocky if you come on the court.
Oh, yeah.
And you live those words. And that's exactly what McDaniels did in this series, and the Nuggets never had an answer for him.
I came out of this series wishing we could have a Jaden McDaniels. We need a Jaden McDaniels. I was thinking as the series went along and Jaden McDaniels had become public enemy number one, and how he, played with this clearly I don't care what you think. And I thought back to when the Avs won the Cup a few years ago, and he was kind of like their Nazem Kadri, And you need, I think championship teams have that. In hockey, they call them rats. In football, it's that guy that's kind of a little touched, like a Romanowski type. But in basketball, it's a guy like Jaden McDaniels who just, carries himself with a swagger, says what he says. Guys hop on his back and follow it, and clearly gets in the heads of the other team, because that all happened here.
He made the comment after game 2 that everyone on the Nuggets was a terrible defender. They didn't do anything to prove him wrong.
Did nothing. And in the biggest game, he delivered and shut them up.
And how many times last night, Mike, did you feel like you were looking up and Minnesota had a shot, went in and out, back rim, whatever, and they got a key offensive rebound? That was the other very frustrating thing. Stops felt like they were hard to come by, and when you finally got one, you couldn't get the board.
Kenny Smith at halftime said, he goes, this first half was all about first. Minnesota was first to the rebound, first on the floor, first to the loose ball. They were first to everything. And to me, I knew they were screwed was that sequence where I don't know, I think it was Gobert missed 2 free throws, missed the second one, and was it Shannon or this Clark kid?
Who's Clark?
Well, and what's Nikola Jokic taking the bait
and
shoving him and pushing him, and again wasted energy. You didn't need to do it. It just shows right there, just how out of it this team was emotionally, and that's the thing. Yesterday I said, look, you're going to get Minnesota's best shot. Okay, this is going to not be an easy win. I thought they'd win. I said, but it's not going to be easy, even with the guys out, because this is a tough-minded, physically tough team that's got a lot of pride, and this was their Game 7. They're going to get swept by San Antonio. Okay, they put everything they got into last night's game, and I knew they'd come out with a lot of energy, but my thought was always, hey, at some point, weather it, let that emotion kind of burn itself out. You can't play an entire game on adrenaline, but geez, we saw the other sports axiom come into play, and that is when you've got an underdog and you let that underdog, especially at home, Will, hang around and start to believe, hey, we might be able to do this, and then the team that's supposed to win, doubt starts to creep in their mind. You got a raucous crowd that's fueling you and giving you energy, and the Nuggets let it all slip away.
Yeah, where was the desperation, right? Minnesota felt like the team whose season was on the brink, and maybe it was. Maybe if they lose last night, they knew they were going to lose Game 7 by 20 on Saturday. But there was no desperation from the Nuggets whatsoever, and that's disheartening, and that's really disappointing.
Okay, we'll continue to get your reaction. This is a Friday to vent. We will also check in on the Avs, who now know their second-round opponent, and why last night, just as an Avalanche fan, the emotions you feel as a fan, boy, that had to be a satisfying night. Well, we might even play the song. That's next.
With Bo Nix having to get more work done on his injured ankle, could that spell future problems for the Broncos QB?
No one is going to want to hear what I have to say, but this will not be the last time. I'm just telling you.
With the ankle?
With an ankle issue with Bo Nix. I'm telling you, on Wednesday, April 29th. It's not because it brings me joy or glee. It's not because I want to, but based on the evidence that I have. I hope I'm wrong, but I said I was really concerned about this after it happened and derailed the trip to the Super Bowl, and he's got another surgery on the ankle before he plays a down after that latest ankle injury.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life's sleep.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry buys, sells, and services pre-owned Rolex, Cartier, and all luxury Swiss watches. So if you're looking to make a change in your watch collection or just looking to sell, come to Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more, getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ductworks.
Ducks. Spring cleaning isn't just about what you can see, it's about what's hiding behind the scenes. Your ducks collect dust, allergens, debris all winter long. It's one of those places you just don't think about. Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. They're recommended by more contractors than anyone else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt debris that other companies leave behind. Less strain, better airflow, lower energy costs. They'll show you before and after photos so you can actually see the difference. And they clean every line. Nothing gets missed. Before your AC runs all season, make sure the air you're breathing is actually clean. Give them a call at 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985. Or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hi, I'm Roxy Vendina, owner of Permagreen. Along with our superior line of garden product, we also package decorative bark, shredded red cedar, and the new premium Gorilla Hair. This year, choose Permagreen decorative bark products.
Now available at Home Depot, Lowe's, and wherever better garden products are sold.
Philip Lindsay here. Summer is coming. Time for hikes, golf, and family adventures. But if degenerative joints or those old high school sports injuries are holding you back, discover natural, pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their stem cell treatment, PRP therapy, and shockwave therapy could be the answer to reclaiming your active life. No surgeries, no downtime, and no risk. Get a free consultation today. Text the word PAIN to 303-630-9770. That's PAIN to 303-630-9770.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
It's hard to look at the whole thing in its totality right now, because right now it just sucks. You know you're not going to see the group together again. And, I told them in the locker room, it's one of the most unique groups I've been around, just because it's very rare to look in the locker room and literally say that each person in there won us a game this season.
But they did not come through last night, David Adelman. After the Nuggets season ended with a thud, went out with a whimper, as they got beat by a Minnesota team that flat out was hungrier and wanted it more. Will Peterson sitting in as both Stink and Stoke off today, but we're getting a ton of reaction from you. Like this one of my favorite players, Jamal Murray, let me down last night. This year's playoff team was so weak. Changes must be made. We just heard from David Adelman. Two-part question. What would you do with David Adelman, Will Peterson, and what do you think will happen with David Adelman?
Yeah, I think you have to fire David Adelman. You just lost to a 6 seed that was down 3 of their better players, 3 of their best scorers, and you were big favorites to not only win this series, but literally 10 days ago, Nuggets and parade, Nuggets and championship, all of that was in the same breath, and they're done. Their season's over. They're not playing another basketball game. That's unacceptable from a lot of guys. Jamal Murray, Christian Brown, people we've outlined, but also David Adelman. He couldn't get the most out of this group. And when their backs were against the wall last night, they had no fight. They had no effort. They had no energy. I mean, your season is literally on the line. You've grinded for this since September, and you just go out there and roll out the basketballs and think, we're the more talented team, so we'll win. That's a motivation problem. And maybe Michael Malone's voice had grown stale. And I get it. It was time for him to go. But would they have rolled over and died like that with Malone? I don't know if they would have. With Adelman, maybe he never had a voice. We know Malone had a voice. He won a title. With Adelman, maybe it was just in one ear and out the other. I would fire him. What do I think's going to happen? I don't think the Cronkies want to hire a third coach more or less in 3 years. I think he's going to keep his job. And I think that's going to send Nuggets Nation into even more of a spiral.
Yeah, I am with you. It's not so much, I can see, as one texter put it, is it just me or is Michael Malone smiling as he sips on his coffee this morning? It is redemption for Michael Malone, make no mistake, because Michael Malone is one of the winners, one of the few winners in all of this. I don't think it's so much that this shows that it was the wrong move to fire Michael Malone. It's clear that his message, his voice may have grown a little stale, but the mistake that was made was staying within the model and promoting the guy who, let's face it, it's one thing to be the assistant. The assistant, you could be the good guy. The assistant, you can be the one that the player who's mad because mean old Michael Malone said this. You can be the guy that's like, hey, listen, it's okay. Let me tell you what he was really trying to say, and you're good and all that. But then you become the guy. And do your players ever look at you as anything but the guy that was always the go-to friendly assistant coach?
Right.
The yin to Michael Malone's yang, And I think the mistake that was made was not necessarily firing Michael Malone, but it was staying within the model and not going outside of it. And, that to me, I would move on. I would move on, but I am with you. I think this is what is going to be the message.
See here now, boys, it's the NBA. We're going to play tough.
The message will be we didn't have a healthy Aaron Gordon and we didn't have a healthy Payton Watson. And with those two, we may not have won the championship, but we definitely would have got past Minnesota. And you know what? You'd be right. But is Aaron Gordon, after these last couple of years of injuries, is he all of a sudden going to, find some, fountain of health moving forward? And Payton Watson, I mean, unless you want to go into some sort of luxury tax or first or second apron, can you afford to re-sign him and keep everybody else in play? You can't. So
no. I think Payton Watson's played his last game in a Nuggets uniform.
I think so too. Yeah.
Which is obviously a tough pill to swallow because you paid the wrong guy. And I was a Christian Brown fan. I was a fan of the contract. I thought he had earned it. I thought when KCP left, he stepped in and he was good enough to pay him like a starting shooting guard in the NBA. He's not. He's simply not. And he showed it last night. With the AG thing, too, you know what's tough, Mike? We said they need Aaron Gordon to stay healthy for 2 months and they can win a title. He stayed healthy for 2 games.
Yep.
Think about that. They need him 2 months. He made it 2 games.
Yep.
And no one's blaming AG. But I am blaming the bad luck of his body falling apart at this stage of his career. I don't think Aaron Gordon did anything wrong. I think he worked his tail off. I think he wanted to play. I think the cold reality is Aaron Gordon's no longer a core piece on a championship contender. I'm not saying he needs to retire, but he probably can play 15 to 20 minutes for someone off the bench and sort of manage his body throughout a season.
That's a role that you're paying.
Am I wrong? They needed him for 2 months. He made it 2 games.
I know, but was this the first year? Does next year is the first year of that 3-year, $100 million deal?
I think this was the first year.
First year.
The problem is Christian Brown's contract hasn't even started yet.
5 years, $125 million doesn't kick in until next year for a guy who, let's just be honest, didn't want the ball. Did not want the ball.
You realize he took 4 shots last night?
He did not want the moment he got the ball in his hands, he couldn't wait to give it up.
Those 4 shots?
Yeah, he was.
Those 4 shots came in the first 4 minutes of the basketball game.
Yeah.
He took 4 threes. He made 1. He missed 3 others. He did not shoot the rest of the game. His title is shooting guard, and he did not shoot. You thought the Russell Wilson contract was bad. You thought the Chris Bryant contract was bad. Is Christian Brown going to start to enter that territory? It looks like a terrible, terrible contract. And Tenzer and Wallace, the 2 GMs, for as much depth as they added, paying Christian Brown and not paying Payton Watson is their early legacy.
Well, no doubt carrying the Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon contracts moving forward for the next couple of years, unless they're, and I don't know how you can move them. and get any kind of real good value in return, that is something they're going to have to deal with, and that's going to be a tough thing to carry around unless things change. Health for Aaron Gordon and just Christian Brown figuring out his game. Okay, we'll continue to get your reaction. I do want to get into the Avalanche. They're going to be playing the Minnesota Wild, not the Dallas Stars. And I'm curious how Avs fans feel this morning after watching Mikko and Dallas get eliminated. What kind of emotions were you feeling as that went down? That's next.
The Nuggets season is over as the shorthanded Timberwolves send the Nuggets home. Jamal Murray, nowhere to be found. Jaden McDaniels jawed all series, then proved it on the floor. This was supposed to be a run. Instead, it's an embarrassment. And now as banners fade and questions roar, are franchise-altering changes coming to the Mile High City? This offering promises chaos, tough decisions, and a radically different future. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure,
we're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
If you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
No tax returns, no W-2s, no kidding. We have expanded our guidelines to help even more people qualify for a loan to buy a home or save money on one they already own. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll actually won't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment and no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up, your internet stays sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same price. Lock in reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney, Hulu Bundle, Peacock Premium included on us. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change in availability. Actual speeds may vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on the Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Cecil here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com.
Stop waiting for rates and take advantage of real buying opportunities. Lowest Rate for Life helps you get the deal you want on the home today, and if rates fall in the future, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fees. U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started, and that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans.
I'm curious what kind of emotions you were feeling yourself and hearing from others as the Stars season ended in the first round.
I was absolutely thrilled, Mike. That was the only good thing to come from last night. That Dallas cannot beat the Avalanche in the playoffs this year. Did it each of the last 2 years. We all know about Mikko Rantanen's Game 7 hat trick, and I just can't stand the Stars or anything about them. I hate every time I'm at Ball Arena that they interrupt the national anthem with their stupid Stars thing. Just let the singer sing the song, please. I hate their rink down in Dallas so much. That angle on TV is horrible. Who said, let's put our cameraman where you can't see anything on the near side of the boards? I didn't want to talk about Mikko the next 3 weeks. I'm so glad we don't have to do that. And it's fresh blood. It's fresh blood. You're playing a team in the Wild that you haven't played in the playoffs since 2014. I know we'll do some trivia later. Quick trivia. Who were the guys on the team when you lost to them in 7 in 2014?
Oh, jeez. I mean, Matt Duchene was on that team.
He was. I mean, two current that still are here.
Yeah, you had McKinnon.
As a rookie.
So, and you had Gabe.
So it's just a totally different era.
Yeah,
we haven't seen this series in a long time.
Yeah.
And obviously, 2 heartbreaking losses to Minnesota in the playoffs. Patrick Waugh's last ever game. Andrew Burnett scored on him in Game 7, Wild Avs 0-3. And then 2014, you lost in overtime in a Game 7, bringing Nathan McKinnon's rookie year to a screeching halt. I'm so excited it's not Dallas, and I'm not sitting here saying, oh, Minnesota's some rollover. This could be their toughest series. If they're going to win the Cup, the Wild could be their toughest series, but it will just be refreshing to watch something different and not have to deal with the Stars.
So is it? Do you think the enthusiasm that I'm hearing from Avalanche fan is just flat out reveling in the demise of Dallas because you hate Dallas, And you just love the fact that it's now, 27 years since Dallas won their only Stanley Cup.
Which has an asterisk.
Which has an asterisk, right? Toe in the crease, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is it that, relishing the fact that for this year, last year, the trade was in Mikko's favor. This year it's clearly in the Avs and Marty Necas's favor because Marty had a better season and Marty's still playing and Mikko's not. So Avs win there. But is it because you're just so happy to see the hated Stars lose, or you're just happy you don't have to play them because of recent history?
It's $1 million question. I think it's the latter.
But I threw this question out to people yesterday, and there were still a healthy amount of responses that we got from people like, no. I want them. I want to slay that dragon. I want to. It'll just feel sweeter to win the cup and have it go through beating Dallas.
But
I want to pound his ass.
Is this a Disney movie or is it real life? That's the problem. Think about the heartbreak the Nuggets just went through last night. Imagine if Dallas had ended your season a third year in a row.
True.
A lot of people calling for David Adelman's job, and I understand it. You know what would happen then, Mike? A lot of people would be calling for Jared Bednar's job.
You're right.
So I'm just glad we don't have to deal with that problem. I'm glad it's the Wild, who I do think the Avs are a better team than. And honestly, I feel like the way I felt in 22.
Happy.
When they got past St. Louis in round 2, I knew they were going to win the Stanley Cup. If you get past Minnesota in round 2, you're going to win the Stanley Cup.
I'm not willing to go there quite yet. I will say this.
Do you know who's waiting for you? Either Utah, Vegas, or Anaheim.
No. Please don't.
You're sweeping to the Western Conference
Let me. When it comes to winning the Western Conference, this is by far going to be their tougher series. You get past this series, the Western Conference Finals will be just like the year they won the Cup when they swept Edmonton.
So you're going to the final.
Oh yeah, you win this, you're definitely going to the Stanley Cup Final, and this series will be harder than the Western Conference Finals would be because of what you just laid out. And then whoever waits in the final, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, no. When it comes to going to the Stanley Cup Finals, these are the Western Conference Finals right here coming up. And I, there's part of me that's like, all right, great, you don't have to play Dallas because Dallas. I'm kind of curious to see what this Minnesota team is really. We know they're a team on the rise, and they have to be pretty good. They just beat Dallas in 6. But how does it look? We know what Avs Dallas looks like. What does Avs Wild look like? And how long will it take for us to realize, oh, yeah, the Avs got this easy? Or how long will it take for us to realize, whoa, be careful what you wish for type thing? So Dallas is dead. Ding dong, Dallas is dead. And so's Edmonton. But, just as an Avalanche fan, and you just want to tap into the just emotional, visceral feelings you have as a fan, and the teams you don't like, does it get any better than last night? Dallas loses and Edmonton loses. Edmonton. Hey, man, Joel Quenneville can coach. Surprise, surprise. Not exactly a newsflash. Joel Quenneville can coach. Anaheim looked like they were dead coming down the stretch. We were talking about who the Avs could get in the first round, and it was either the Kings or Anaheim for me. Give me the Kings because the Kings can't score. Give me Anaheim because they can't stop anybody. But how about that? Anaheim beats Edmonton. Edmonton is out. Connor McDavid is out. And the Oilers still suck.
McDavid sucks. Draisaitl sucks. Zach Hyman sucks. Evan Bouchard sucks. Evander Kane sucks. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins sucks. Yeah, the Oilers suck. Oh, yeah.
And I know some of you might be like, I'm happy. It's bittersweet because now Edmonton's lost. I'm not going to get to hear the song anymore. No. This is just like during the heyday of the Avalanche Red Wings rivalry when it would be an Avs Columbus game and all of a sudden a Red Wings suck chant would break out.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it. It's still going to be, there's still going to be that moment during the remainder of the playoffs when you'll be just like, you know what? Well, this is a good time to remind everybody the Oilers still suck.
And I have to ask you, Mike, did Connor McDavid play his last game in an Edmonton Oilers sweater last night?
If I'm him, I demand a trade.
I do too.
Time to move.
No cups.
No cups.
Got close the last couple of years, but never got over the hump. Whereas people want to keep comparing him to Nathan MacKinnon, and rightfully so. They're absolutely in the same breath. But McKinnon's got a real chance to add some separation now. His second cup while McDavid still has zero.
I know. And I just continue to just be mystified because it goes beyond previous to this year, previous to the Olympics, the over-the-top McDavid love, and then oftentimes at the expense of McKinnon. I just don't get it. I don't get what happened to the Nuggets. Part of me does, but part of me is still stunned. How about you? We'll get your reaction to the Nuggets season ending with a thud. How did it happen? Jamal, what went wrong? Chris Finch, what was your motivation? All that coming up next.
I feel shocked.
The second round is set, and the star power is undeniable. The Avalanche finally has its answer. The Minnesota Wild. For the fourth time in playoff history, the Avs and Wild, with the spotlight blazing, Nathan MacKinnon's speed and force against Kirill Kaprizov's style and swagger. A superstar matchup on the blue line with Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes. Superstars rivalry, Avs, Wild, round 2, coming soon. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is a thank you, me to you. Listening to you, watching how you live your life, makes our path so clear. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Over the years, you've taught us that we don't need to come up with the big idea. All we have to do is watch you and then follow your lead. You've taught us that when people work together, when we support one another, success is at hand. It all starts by listening, understanding, and then together, caring about what happens. You're committed to making a difference in your life, in the lives of others, and in the happiness and well-being of all. Thank you for making it so clear. The big idea is actually so simple. It's commitment. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Fama Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
get off my plane. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome in on this Friday morning. We got Stoke and Stink both off today. Will Peterson sitting in. Scrappy Will, and boy, it has been a fast first hour. A lot of energy out there. A lot of emotion from our text line, Denver Sports YouTube channel. People they're frustrated, they're upset, they're angry, they want accountability, they want change. Some people are just shocked.
We should all be upset.
What maybe one or two words, emotions do you have that you want to share with everybody in the wake of what happened last night?
Definitely disappointed is the number one word that comes to mind, because I was angry after Game 3, for sure. I mean, that was a pitiful effort start to finish. I was steaming cartoon character ear mad after Game 4, the second half, when you lost by 20. But today I'm just disappointed, just bitterly disappointed that a team that closed on a 12-game winning streak, that looked like they were finally getting healthy down the stretch, that people were picking with a straight face to win the whole thing and us to be at a parade here in 6 weeks, that it's all done. It's over. Another season of the Nikola Jokic era has come and gone. And since you've won a title, you've lost in horribly disappointing fashion in round 2, Game 7. Last year, you lose in another Game 7 to the eventual champions. And this year, you go out with a whimper. Minnesota more desperate last night, more hungry, wanted it more. Looked like they had their backs against the wall, not you. And on paper, you were the more talented team, and it's not even close. You lost to McDaniels and Shannon last night. Jaden McDaniels and Terrence Shannon Jr. ended your season. You have Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and those two dudes ended your season. Flat out embarrassing by the Nuggets.
I just got a feeling of finality. You know, I just have this feeling like I just feel like the end of an era. I feel like a window has slammed shut because I do recognize, and it's not an excuse, it's a reason. I do recognize the loss of Aaron Gordon especially and what that means. Because how many times did you have on your shows or when you came on and sat in here or with the other guys, how many times during this season when we talked about the Nuggets did we talk about Aaron Gordon and the importance of Aaron Gordon and how he may not be their best player, but he seems to be kind of their heartbeat player, and that as Aaron Gordon goes, maybe so goes the Nuggets. And when Aaron Gordon was hurt during the regular season, hey, how do you feel about the Nuggets' chances in the playoffs? Well, are you going to have a healthy Aaron Gordon? Because if you have a healthy Aaron Gordon, he does so many different things that impact this team in a positive way. I cannot just gloss over his loss and what it meant for the Nuggets not to have him in this series. Now, that said, that doesn't excuse what happened over these final 3 games. It just doesn't, or 3 of the final 4 games. It does not explain. You did not need Aaron Gordon to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. You had enough. And the fact that the guys that were here, the guys that you turned to, couldn't execute, couldn't match Minnesota's intensity, couldn't match Minnesota's hunger. You got a coach who I don't think ever put out the right vibe. Seemed defensive throughout all of this, testy, combative, and meanwhile, the other guy, Chris Finch, just coached circles around them. Coached circles. I mean, it's very obvious a lot of times when a series ends. It's just easy to say, well, so and so outcoached so and so. A lot of times I'm like, well, wait a minute, I don't know if it was that obvious. This case, I mean, he coached circles around David Adelman, not only from an attitude standpoint, but also just X's and O's, And so...
And he worked the refs very well, too, after game 1.
Exactly.
He used his press conference as a microphone to the league, and the free throws evened out in game 2, and Minnesota stole game 2.
I guess we need to start flopping,
Exactly.
That was famous back right at the start. The loss of Aaron Gordon really... There was a ceiling to what this team was going to be able to do in terms of being able to compete for a championship. And that's where the loss of Aaron Gordon really, I felt. But for this series and to be able to get through this series, you should have been able to do it without Aaron Gordon. And the fact that they didn't speaks to a much deeper problem and issues with this team.
And
massive underachieving disappointment. In that case, it is appropriate.
And Mike, Aaron Gordon played 36 regular season games. 36?
Mm-hmm.
They were used to playing without AG. We all want him out there, but it's not like, oh, this guy played in 75 games for us and then all of a sudden disappeared and we didn't know what to do. The Nuggets played more than half their games without Aaron Gordon. They should have been more prepared for what happened because it did kind of feel inevitable, and unfortunately after 2 games he got hurt.
Let's hear some reaction from the Nuggets after the game. David Adelman, what went wrong?
I just think we did not handle the athleticism and the speed properly. The offensive rebound killed us in multiple games that we lost. And in a playoff game, if a team shoots 19 more shots than you, I've said this before in the series, they possess the ball.
And when you have that discrepancy, that gap in possessions, what does that tell you?
Offensive rebounding.
The hustle. All the hustle stats, all the 50-50 balls, all the loose balls, all the offensive rebounds. That explains that stat. So, David Adelman, I'm not going to argue with you that maybe was the difference in the series, but why?
And whose fault is it?
And whose fault is it that there was such a discrepancy?
Yeah, it was so frustrating to watch, and they had a chance, Mike. That's the thing, too. As you get into the nitty-gritty of Game 6, and I understand everyone wants to go big picture and fire everyone and trade everyone, but they had 2 3-pointers. They had 2 3-pointers in the final minutes that could have tied the game. Jamal Murray had made those 2 free throws. He finally saw the ball go through the basket twice, and he had a 3, and it went in and out that would have tied it at 98. And then a couple possessions later, Spencer Jones had a 3, and I know the release is ugly, but it's effective. Spencer Jones makes shots, and he had one go off back iron that could have tied the game. I felt like psychologically, if you could have tied the game or taken the lead, maybe the Wolves would have wilted. They never could get over the hump. What did they cut it to in the fourth quarter? 1. but they could only get the deficit to 1, could never get over the hump last
Jamal
night.
Murray, after shooting 4 of 17, being completely shut down and dominated by Jaden McDaniels head-to-head. 12 points for the guy who had a reputation as being a big playoff performer.
It's just on me. I mean, I think I've made, and you guys have seen me made enough shots where I get into my spots and just unable to convert. So that's the frustrating part. You know, they're playing good defense. You know, all these guys are playing physical, trying to chase me around, and you know, when I get the looks that they don't go down. So that's the frustrating part. Just not showing up when my team needed me most tonight, and I felt like if I played a little better, we would have had that game. So it's just frustrating on my part. I'll take accountability for it. It was a rough night, and they move on.
Man, the bittersweet irony here is that for most of his career, there was always a sense of underachieving from Jamal in the regular season, but you could always count on him most of the time in the playoffs. This year, he has his best regular season ever, goes to his first All-Star game, makes a case for being All-NBA, and is a dud in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Laid an egg in the biggest game of the season. And I love that answer from Jamal. At least he took responsibility, took accountability, but sound bites don't do it for me. I wanted to sit here today, Mike, and preview a Game 7 with you, and maybe even take a little tiny peek ahead towards San Antonio. Ball Arena should be rocking tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. It's going to be sitting empty. And you won't see the hardwood out there for months and months and months. It's all ice now, and Jamal Murray's a huge reason why. Jamal Murray was terrible last night. Nikola Jokic, bad first half, very good second half. Jamal Murray, bad for 48 minutes.
How do we look at Nikola Jokic after this failure of a series, and what was Nikola saying about his future as a Nugget? That's next.
I love him.
With Bo Nix having to get more work done on his injured ankle, could that spell future problems for the Broncos QB?
No one is going to want to hear what I have to say, but this will not be the last time. I'm just telling you.
With the ankle?
With an ankle issue with Bo Nix. I'm telling you on Wednesday, April 29th. It's not because it brings me joy or glee. It's not because I want to, but based on the evidence that I have. I hope I'm wrong, but I said I was really concerned about this after it happened and derailed the trip to the Super Bowl, and he's got another surgery on the ankle before he plays a down after that latest ankle injury.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, all kinds of emotions can go along with it. You got frustration, confusion, loneliness. It's not fair. But the good news is it isn't something you have to just live with and accept, not with an alternative and a possible solution with the guys at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have been successfully treating thousands of men here in Colorado over the last decade. They use advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pills and herbals you may be trying now. I've gotten to know Jeff and his all-star team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have the science of ED down pat. But what I really like is how comfortable they make you, the environment. They know that this is a big step. There's nerves, anxiety, maybe some embarrassment. They go to great lengths to be as welcoming as possible to put you at ease. Don't live with ED anymore. For just $99, you will meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider, take a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work, your entire office visit is free. Got 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
I've never put much stock in astrology, but with the new multiplier scratch, the stars are aligned for some pretty big prizes. Because no matter your moon sign or what Mercury's up to, your win can get multiplied up to 200 times, with prizes up to $1 million, which could steer your life into a very interesting new phase. New multiplier scratch from the Colorado Lottery. Multiply your win up to 200 times. Must be 18 to play.
Sloane Street is a luxury designer jewelry brand founded by mother and daughter duo Francis and Charlotte Gadbois.
Influenced by their European heritage and English roots, the Sloane Street collection embodies the timeless elegance of the modern woman. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams, inviting you to come meet Francis and Charlotte at their exclusive Sloane Street Spring Trunk Show event, Friday and Saturday, May 1st and 2nd, at Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
From dazzling, rare colored gemstone rings to vintage rose-cut diamond bands to stackable bands for every mood, Sloane Street's collection of rings, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings are both timeless and right now.
Williams Jewelers is proud to partner with these two remarkable women to give back to children impacted by pediatric cancer, supporting cancer research with the Morgan Adams Foundation.
The Sloane Street Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, May 1st and 2nd, exclusively at Williams Jewelers.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040. Really proud of this case that we just settled. There was a young man very seriously injured. In fact, I had to go to the hospital and meet with him and his family. And we checked with the insurance companies while I was at the hospital, and they claimed no insurance coverage on either side. And on top of that, he had no medical insurance. So he was going to be facing about $400,000 in medical bills. And I said to the family, I said, I cannot make you any promises, but I know no other lawyer is going to touch this case because the insurance companies say they won't pay. But I want to try. Let me at least try. And I put my team at 303 Law 4040 on it, and they found $75,000 in insurance coverage that the insurance companies did not want to pay. So not only did we get them $75,000, but we also found a way to get them on Medicaid. So the $400,000 in bills was covered by medical insurance as well. We were proud. We fought for them. We'll fight just as hard for you if you ever need us. The number is 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need us. It's 303 Law 4040.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is travel. TRAVEL. Text travel to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's travel to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Yeah, this is appropriate. Lousy morning. Thankfully, it's a Friday. Whoa. All right. Hey. Joseph, quickly. Stay vigilant on the button there. We got Will Peterson in for Stoke and Stink. I mean, only one person I know can somehow step into the shoes of both Stink and Stoke, and that would be Will Peterson, who is with me this morning as we sift through the debris, the carnage that is the Nuggets season that ends before we even hit May. April 30th was the day the Nuggets season ended, and we're here to talk about it with you. Get your reaction to it. It has been pouring in. Man, we had a bunch waiting for us when I got here at 5:30. People were already lined up and venting. So that's what we're doing, giving you the chance to vent either on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Also on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. We'll get to as many as we can, but as you can imagine, there is a lot pouring in. Nikola Jokic after the game, Will.
was out there fast.
First one to the podium.
Which makes me wonder, is he halfway to Serbia right now? But if you're curious what Jokic was saying after the game, basically he said if we were in Serbia, we'd all be fired.
He's not wrong.
He said, well, we lost in the first round, so we're clearly not close to being a contender. And he also said, I want to be a Nugget forever, which is, maybe let's start there. That's encouraging. I mean, this is not a guy who seems to be looking around and saying, I mean, we talked about Connor McDavid with Edmonton and how he might be easily looking around his surroundings and say it's time for a change of scenery. Doesn't sound like Jokic is anywhere close to thinking that way.
Yeah, the loss was horrible. There's no question about it, but one of the biggest headlines was Nikola Jokic saying, I want to be a Nugget forever.
Yep.
Because that's how I think 98% of Nuggets Nation feels. They're waking up today, they're mad at David Adelman, they're mad at Jamal Murray, they're mad at Christian Brown, they're bummed Aaron Gordon couldn't play, they're bummed Peyton Watson couldn't play, but Nikola Jokic is still a generational talent. He'll be the best player the Nuggets ever have in their history. I don't think anyone alive now and a Nuggets fan is ever going to see another Jokic suit up down there at Ball Arena. So you want him to be a Nugget moving forward. And you have to be really, really emotional to think that their best path forward doesn't involve Nikola Jokic. So with that said, the organization is going to sign him to another Supermax, and he's hopefully going to play the rest of his career here. By him saying, I want to be a Nugget forever, hopefully, and I'm saying hopefully, that means there's no drama over the next couple months. He just puts pen to paper, and it's done. He'll play the prime of his basketball days the next 4, 5, 6 years here in Denver. You can't. You can fly off the handle. I'm not telling anyone not to fly off the handle. But the one thing you shouldn't fly off the handle with is that Nikola Jokic shouldn't be part of Denver's plans moving forward. Everyone else in that organization can go, as far as I'm concerned. Even Jamal Murray. For the right price, I would explore a trade with him. Stan and Josh Kroenke aren't going anywhere, and Nikola Jokic isn't going anywhere. And Jokic is the one, to me, that's by far the most important. So for as horrible as that loss was, for Nikola Jokic to go to the podium and say, I want to be a Nugget forever, it's a tiny consolation prize for Nuggets fans.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, I truly hope that all these NBA critics and so-called experts don't dismiss anything that Jokic has done in his career, because he has been the best player in the world for the past several years, and what he's done shouldn't be thought of any less because of what happened last night. This man is one of the best players this sorry league has ever seen. He knows how to play the game the right way. It should not be discarded because of last night's performance.
Kid's got balls, man.
Finished up by saying players like him are the reason I used to like watching the NBA. But is it safe to say that the Nuggets are in the process of squandering the Nikola Jokic era? And how is that era defined? They do have the championship, and you'll never be able to take that away from them. But you know, we've had eras before where, whether it's for teams or individual athletes, you had to get that second championship in order to truly have your legacy cemented. Peyton Manning had to get that second Super Bowl. I thought that Avalanche team from back in the day had to get that second Stanley Cup. The Aaron Rodgers Packers were the dynasty that never was because they only won one Super Bowl. And right now, I look at Nikola Jokic as they've kind of wasted Nikola's prime. They've wasted his all-time greatness.
You're not wrong, but the good news is I think the guy's got high-level basketball in him for the next 4 years. You got to figure out what your plan is for Jokic 2.0. What's the second half of the Nikola Jokic era in Denver look like? And I shouldn't even call it the second half. Call it the last 35, 40%. We're on the back nine, Mike. If we're playing golf, we're on hole 13. But you still got 4 or 5 more holes to put a birdie or two on the card. Maybe an eagle. An eagle would be another title for Denver. So they need to remake this roster on the fly. How are they going to remake the roster? And they need to hire a different head coach, too. But Nikola Jokic is part of the plan. I want to make that abundantly clear that the only guy who's safe should be Jokic, and fortunately, Jokic wants to be here as well.
Did you say 4 or 5 more holes? 4 or 5? Look at Will. Without even trying, he extends the Zach By Sensitivity Smear Campaign.
4 or 5 more reps.
If they could just get 4 or 5 more hours of rest, that would be really, really good.
Will's like, what did I do? What did I do? Well,
No,
you extended it.
Well, you're playing the Frank
They never-
Caliendo. I was here that day when Frank was here, and he really leaned into 4 or 5. We told him, and he did it. He did it like 17 times.
Awesome.
It was great.
Awesome. Day number 489 of the Zach By Sensitivity Smear Campaign. This texter says this is a massive hit to Jokic's legacy. He will never be considered the GOAT because this loss in the Game 7 collapse. This never happened to the likes of Michael Jordan. Well, Jordan's the GOAT, okay? We're not trying to make an argument that Nikola Jokic is the greatest player of all time. But
Stop it.
yeah, but he does he does need to win another championship.
He does.
To cement his, without a doubt, 20, 30 years from now, people are looking at the NBA and they're like, oh yeah, Nikola Jokic is one of the top 5 greatest players of all time. In order for that to be locked in, you got to win another title.
I completely agree. And he wasn't great in this series. No one's arguing he had a great
Well,
series.
he got outplayed by Rudy Gobert.
But last night, if we want to hone in on last night, what slice of the pie is on Nikola Jokic's plate?
Ooh, you know I love slices of the pie.
To me, it's less than 10%.
No, I would go more with that.
He was good in that second half,
He was
Mike.
very good offensively. But, Will, when your best player, and when we're throughout the course of this series talking about the Nuggets, are you going to match Minnesota's intensity and their physicality? Are you gonna come out and send a message to Jaden McDaniels after what he said when he punked you? One of my biggest images of Nikola Jokic is just going to be Minnesota player after Minnesota player just attacking the paint, attacking the rim, and Nikola just putting up no resistance.
But that's not his
at
game.
all. Well, but in a series like that, it can't be that glaring. It can't be that glaring and then come out and say, well, he was only 10% of the problem. No, because that end of the floor was bad. And the fact that Rudy Gobert, if you want to say, if you don't want to say he outplayed Nikola, you got to admit he at least played him to a standstill.
He's a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. That's what I'd expect.
Well, yeah, but for the last few years, let's face it, Jokic has abused Gobert in a way that we've mocked Gobert in those 4-time Defensive Player of the Year awards. Like, what's this guy? I mean, I don't know. How can you call this guy a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year? Look what he does against Jokic. Well, in this series, he lived up to the hype.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that Nikola was great in this series by any stretch, but last night, man, I gave 50% of it to Adelman. I give 30% of it to Jamal. I give 15% of it to Christian Brown, and I give 5% of it to Nikola Jokic. And if you want to throw in a Bruce Brown, you can. He was not good last night either. But I'm talking about the stars. I'm talking about the household names.
Yep.
It's Jamal. And Christian's a household name because you gave him $125 million,
Yeah.
and he was worthless.
Yeah.
And I've been a Christian Brown guy, but he was worthless last night. He didn't show up. Jamal didn't show up. AG couldn't play. The head coach had circles run on him by Chris Finch. I'm
bad defenders.
I'm not going to come on and say Game 6 was the responsibility of Nikola Jokic. I thought he did his part and the others didn't.
And the fact that it's all said and done, and Jaden McDaniels, they never got revenge on Jaden McDaniels. They never made him pay. And at the end, we got to sit here as Nugget fans and go, damn, I can't stand Jaden McDaniels, but boy, wish we had him on our team.
Tip of the cap.
Because
He was
he
great.
backed it up. And there's nothing you can say. I mean, you can be as infuriated and as angry as you want, but end of the day, the dude backed it up. And we're left here having to stew in it. Okay. More reaction as we digest what happened last night. And we got to go back because apparently the way the Nuggets handled the end of the regular season was a big chip on the T-Wolves' shoulders. We'll explain next.
The Nuggets season is over as the shorthanded Timberwolves send the Nuggets home. Jamal Murray, nowhere to be found. Jaden McDaniels jawed all series, then proved it on the floor. This was supposed to be a run. Instead, it's an embarrassment. And now as banners fade and questions roar, are franchise-altering changes coming to the Mile High City? This offering promises chaos, tough decisions, and a radically different future. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey, guys, let me ask you a question. You considering GLP-1 injections for weight loss? Before you start, ask yourself this question. Are you prepared to spend a ton of money every year, stay on the medication long term? Hey, that's a question you have to ask. Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication stops, most people regain the weight. And here's something people don't realize. Research shows a portion of the weight loss can come from muscle, which will slow down your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. At Colorado Fat Loss, they take a different approach, guys. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days safely and naturally. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, they use real food that you get at the grocery store to reset your metabolism, control your hunger and cravings naturally, and help your body burn fat, not muscle. Guys, right now, you can get a free phone consultation to see if the program is right for you. If you want safe, affordable, sustainable alternative to weight loss injections, check them out at coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app, share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off duration, woodscapes, and super deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Max HELOC is a game changer and can lower your bill significantly without affecting your current loan. How much savings depends on your unique situation, but you could borrow $250,000 with a payment option as low as $495 a month. Consolidate your debts and make life a lot easier. We make it easy to save, and you don't need perfect credit either. U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all, 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
gummy bear. And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Thank goodness this is Friday, by the way. Can you imagine if what we just witnessed last night happened on a Monday night or Tuesday? And you'd have to digest that and then have the whole week ahead of you. Thank God it's Friday. Will Peterson sitting in, both Brandon Stokley and Mark Schlereth off today. And as you can imagine, just it's a Nuggets vent biatch a day today as people are just getting stuff off their chest. I don't blame you. Here we go. Some more. On the RamosLaw.com text line, why do we keep giving Jokic a pass? He got shut down by Gobert this year. More importantly, got shut down by Caruso last year. Pretty much every series we lose, Joker didn't show up. Here's a stat that was making its way around last night. For all the greatness of Nikola Jokic, and for all the really good and at times great things the Nuggets have done, do you know Jokic has never won a playoff series against a team that won more than 50 regular season games?
Yeah, it was close in the title year, right? Played a bunch of teams that won 48, 49 games, but that is an unfortunate stat for sure. It's one I'm not just going to completely dismiss, not one that you can ignore. He's never pulled the big upset. Had a chance against the Thunder last year. Couldn't do it. And then this year, Minnesota was a 6, and they're done in the first round. But that said, Mike, I'm just not going to sit here and blame Nikola Jokic. I mean, put the focus on the head coach and the other star player.
What about your guy James Marilat? You work so closely with at DenverSports.com. He's your guy. He's your boo. You know,
I mean, you can be wrong.
Okay, he's been talking about the idea of if this thing doesn't work out, blow it all up, trade Jokic.
No. I mean, blow it all up is fine. Fire the head coach. Trade Aaron Gordon.
Right.
Trade Jamal Murray. That's fine. That's still blowing it up.
Sure.
But the one person who's off the table is Nikola.
Yeah, that's insanity.
These
that's
people are all bleeped in the head.
No, James. I mean, come on. I love you, James, but dude, come on. There's a lot of things that can drastically alter what this team looks like moving forward, and you can make any number of moves to acknowledge we think the window closed and we got to find a new window, but it does not involve trading Nikola Jokic. And the fact that he came out and said, "I want to be a Nugget forever," okay, that ends it. Okay, don't even put it on the table.
Mike, he should be winning his 6th MVP in a row. He's going to get robbed for a third time in the last 6 years. He has 3 of them. What universe do you live in where you want to trade a guy who's finished first or second? We'll get the results here in the next couple of days, maybe a week or two, in the last 6 MVP votings. It would be insanity. It would be absolute insanity to move on from Nikola Jokic. They're not going to move on. I hope he signs the Supermax. I hope he plays the rest of his career here, and I hope he gets a second title. But he's not going to get a second title with Jamal Murray and Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon and Cam Johnson. This is just not going to happen. That idea is dead. That idea is dead. But Nikola Jokic being a Nugget, still got years and years of this. Years and years of this.
But the facts are the facts, and we have seen Nikola, and it used to be, well, the Michael Malone coached Nuggets have never beaten a team that had 50 or more regular season wins, or they had never beaten a team that was a higher seed than them in the playoffs, and that was something Michael Malone had to lug around. Well, Michael Malone's not around to kick around anymore, so now it kind of falls on Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. So if Nikola Jokic is the one untouchable, then how does it have to change around him?
You got to get a new head coach. I think that's step one. And you and I will be on until 10 this morning. Would it shock you, Mike, if you get a notification in the next 2.5 hours that the Nuggets have dismissed David Adelman?
Well, apparently Josh Kroenke's the top executive in charge of basketball because he was the one that got the 2 votes for the executive of the year. It wasn't Ben Tenzer or John Wallace. It was Josh Kroenke, which I think flew under the radar for a lot of people. I'm like, wait a minute. Whoa. Wait, does the rest of the NBA, the people who are the movers and shakers in the NBA, do they deal with Josh Kroenke when it comes to key basketball decisions? So based on what I saw with the voting, this isn't Ben Tenzer or John Wallace making the call. It's Josh Kroenke. All right, so here's how I read it with if Josh Kroenke is truly committed to winning at all costs, you fire David Adelman.
Mm-hmm.
You acknowledge that David Adelman isn't ready to be a head coach. You acknowledge that the fact that he was an assistant here for so long that it is clearly evident that he's not set to move over and be the kind of head coach you need. He never put out the right kind of vibe during the course of this series. The idea that you take on the personality of your coach, boy, that seemed to really come through in this series. So if Josh Kroenke is serious, and I know there'll be some blowback because it'll be immediately accompanied by, wow, you're firing after 1 year the guy that you fired Michael Malone for, and this was your guy. Are you admitting you got it wrong? He's got to be willing to do that. And if this team is truly committed to winning, he will not only – but that will be the first move. But, yes, to your question, if they are serious, they will move on from David Adelman.
And it has to happen today, tomorrow.
Yeah, what are you waiting for?
It's got to be quick. That said, do you think they'll do it? Do you think they'll fire him? Because we both agree they need to fire him.
That's a great question.
Do you think they'll fire him? And if you think Nuggets fans are mad right now, which they have every right to be, and they are, how mad will they be if a week from now it's crickets? And there's a season-ending press conference announced, and, hey, it's going to be David Adelman rolling out there for a season-ending press conference, meaning they're committing to him and they're keeping him.
Right.
I think they're going to be even more mad than they are in this moment. I think the Nuggets fan base is divided on a lot of things. I don't think there's a lot of David Adelman supporters out there.
I don't think so either. I mean, look, you had the Broncos go to the AFC Championship game, one game away from going to the Super Bowl. A Super Bowl we all think they would have gone to if Bo Nix hadn't been hurt. And despite all that, people were upset with the Broncos deciding to run it back this year during the offseason. Can you imagine
Let's run it back.
Can you imagine? Boy, Sean, you have provided a lot for us this offseason. Can you imagine if the Nuggets' answer to this is, we're running it all back?
It would be tremendously short-sighted on their part. If they think, Aaron Gordon's going to magically heal after he played 36 regular season games, that's the reason we're just going to run it back.
Christian Brown's going to continue to develop as a player.
Yeah, they'll blame it on his ankle. Remember he had the ankle issues? He couldn't play this season because of his ankle. Christian Brown took 4 shots last night, and they all happened in the first 4 minutes.
Cam Johnson showed what he's capable of these last 2 games.
He had a great game last night, and I've been really hard on Cam Johnson. He was part of the reason the Nuggets were in that game and had 2 threes to tie it in the final few minutes. That said, Cam Johnson was not good this year. Let's not pretend like the Michael Porter Jr. trade was some big win for the Nuggets. Cam Johnson had a really tough season, had a brutal first 4 games of this series, good in Game 5, very good last night in Game 6. In fact, I would go as far to argue that was his best game as a Denver Nugget last night.
I won't argue with that.
Cam
with
Johnson
the stakes
was
involved,
nails.
that was his best game ever. But to your point, up until Game 5, you had started to hear people say, geez, I kind of miss MPJ.
Which is crazy.
Right?
A sentence I never thought I'd utter. And here's the thing. You're not down 3-2 if Cam Johnson shows up in games 1 through 4. So we can acknowledge he was good in Game 6, good in Game 5, but we can also say you probably should have been up 3-1 in that series. Game 3, you were always going to lose. But Game 2, you were up 19 at home. You got to win it. And Game 4, you're up 4 points at halftime, and Anthony Edwards hyperextends his knee, and Dante DiVincenzo rips his Achilles. Honestly, this should have been Nuggets in 5.
Where was this series lost, Game 2 or Game 4?
Both.
No, I know, but if you had to choose one.
Game 2. Game 2, because if you take a 2-0 lead back to Minnesota and they're down and out and feeling like it's not our year, you probably split up there and you probably gentlemen sweep them in 5. So I think it was Game 2. It was that second quarter where they took 19 to tied just like that. And then it was the fourth quarter where there was a lid on the basket. But what happened last night? Deja vu. There was a lid on the basket in the fourth quarter for the Nuggets, who had, 1 field goal in the last 8 minutes? And, oh, by the way, didn't score 100 points for the 3rd time in Minnesota in this series. This is a team that routinely scored 125 to 130 points during the regular season. And last night, again, when they needed clutch shots, they could not make them.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, Mike, are you relieved that Mark has the day off so you don't have to watch him take a bow for calling out the Nuggets for what they are? No, in fact, as soon as the game ended last night, I texted Mark and said, dude, you were right. You were right.
Nanny, boo-boo. Stick your head in doo-doo.
I mean, he said, I've seen enough. They are who they are. This is a soft team. And as he put it, even if they win the series, I'm not going to take anything from it. And he ended up being right because they never got it back for a Game 7. And so he was right. Stoke had kind of said the same thing, but Mark was very vocal about it. So, nope. When Mark comes back on Monday, he should take a bow because he had this team knocked.
Okay, but I sat here with Stoke and Mark the day before the playoffs started, and we all did predictions.
Yeah.
Schlereth picked them to win a title. Stoke picked them to win a title.
Oh, yeah, no.
And I had the Nuggets losing to the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, no, he had them, but when they did not respond immediately that first game after Jaden McDaniels made the comments.
Game 3 disaster.
And they came out and got blown out like that, and they refused to answer what McDaniels said. Mark did a 180. Because you're right. Prior to the series, he did say all those things, and he did believe in the Nuggets. But as he said after that Game 3 failure to respond, he said, I was offended. As a former professional athlete, I was offended. Those were his words. Offended by the way they came out and responded. And from that point, he said, basically, they were dead to him.
And people can change their minds. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
You have to go on your evidence, and the evidence through 3 games of the series was the Nuggets were soft.
Yeah.
And guess what? Everyone saying after Game 5, well, the odds makers say they're going to win the series, so they're going to win the series. Come on, guys. Use your eyes.
Yeah.
What'd you see in Games 2, 3, and 4? They weren't going to win this series. They had to go back to Minnesota, a place that's haunted them over the years, and they couldn't get it done, and they couldn't get it done in the biggest moments.
Yeah.
That game, Mike, they kept feeling like they could take the lead, get it tied. They never could. They could always get it to within one, and then they could never get the key stop or make the big shot.
The failure to respond emotionally and physically, just the failure to respond as pros, the manhood being called out, and the failure to respond to all of that shows that it's broken. It's broken, and the recipe needs to be thrown out and changed.
So you think the culture is broken?
I think the culture is broken, yeah.
And how do you fix the culture?
The culture either changes with a different kind of head coach, but even that, I think, has limits. There is a softness to this team.
So do they need to make a big trade that does not involve Nikola Jokic?
They need to change the mix on this team.
Would you trade Jamal Murray?
Absolutely.
Aaron Gordon?
The only person I would not trade is Nikola Jokic.
I
would trade anybody, but coming out of this series, there's only, I think, 2.5 guys that have value. Because you could trade Aaron Gordon, sure, but what are you going to get? I mean, you're talking about a guy who's now into his 30s with a now oft-repeated history of injuries, who's making insane money for the next couple of years. I mean, yeah, you could unload him, but what kind of value are you going to get in return? Christian Braun is, after what we just watched in this series, he's starting his 5-year, $125 million contract next year.
He's untradeable.
You can't trade him. I mean, you could unload him again.
But would you take
You wouldn't get much value in return.
But would you take a bucket of basketballs to get off the contract?
Yeah, but you're going to still have to take junk back. You know what I mean? So there's only there's 2.5 guys that have value: Jamal Murray, Cam Johnson, and Peyton Watson, because he's a restricted free agent. You could probably do some sort of sign and trade. That's it. That's the only value you have on this team. But would I be willing to move those guys to bring in? Maybe I'm not going to get better value. I'm probably not going to get better value. But can I get a different kind of player coming back that changes the look and the mix of this team? Maybe a team that's more athletic. Here's 2 things this team needs to desperately become. They need to become more athletic, and they got to become tougher.
Mm. And you can't teach either of those. That's the thing.
No.
Athleticism, God-given talent.
Right.
Toughness, you either have it or you don't.
Exactly. So if you don't have those 2 things in abundance right now, and clearly they don't, then you got to go try to make moves to bring in those kind of elements that are sorely missing.
And you need to pair Nikola Jokic with another superstar. Because Jamal Murray, after his pitiful performance last night, is not a superstar. Maybe an all-star.
Yeah.
But he's not a superstar.
No.
Is it time that you pair Jokic with another top 10 player in the NBA?
Well, immediately we're getting Giannis texts. I'd love to see that, but again, how are you gonna make that work?
Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Cam Johnson.
Like somebody said, hey, I would trade Jamal Murray for Tyrese Maxey. I'm like, yeah, I would too, but if I'm a Philly fan, I wouldn't.
You'd have to overwhelm Milwaukee with a package. Or there's another name out there, and this name is not out of bounds because it was floated a month ago by legitimate insiders. What about LeBron James? Because if Peyton Watson is going to leave anyways, can you do a sign and trade? Watson's played his college ball at UCLA. I believe he's from that part of the country. I could absolutely see him wearing a Lakers jersey.
Mm-hmm.
If the Lakers collapse against the Rockets, maybe that's the best thing that ever happened to the Nuggets because maybe you can go get LeBron.
Does it come with another coach?
Yeah, because LeBron handpicks his coaches. LeBron's not coming to Denver to play for David Adelman. So you fire Adelman, and you somehow get LeBron in a Nuggets uniform. Or you somehow get Giannis in a Nuggets uniform. Or you call the Clippers about Kawhi Leonard. I mean, there are guys out there, but maybe the strategy is finally pairing Nikola Jokic with a household name superstar, not an all-star.
That you might be able to make that kind of a deal without having to blow everything up. You could, in theory, do it for a Peyton Watson and, something else.
Whatever draft picks you have left.
Right.
And I think the LeBron-Lakers relationship has run its course.
Well, especially if they blow the series.
Exactly. First ever team to collapse from 3-0. But that, to me, is the strategy. You fire the head coach and you pair Nikola with a superstar.
I want to get to the comments made by Chris Finch, the Timberwolves coach, after the series was over. Now, look, I'm all for playing that chip on your shoulder if you got it. I'm all for understanding that a lot of these individuals and teams will go out and create a chip. What do you make of this comment here?
They took it personal. Denver had the chance to pick who they wanted to play coming down the stretch, and they chose us. And we use that as a motivation all the way through preparation and through the series. They chose us. They didn't have to choose us. They chose us, and our guys were up for the challenge of that.
How did they choose Minnesota? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, they went into the final weekend of the season, a Friday night game against Oklahoma City, a Sunday afternoon game against San Antonio, with the understanding that if they won and played to win, they would lock down the third seed. But when they played their bench guys in both games, it was like, what are you doing? You're blowing the chance here to get the third seed. I mean, you may end up falling back to the fourth seed. So how is that going out and specifically choosing Minnesota? When in effect, sorry, Coach Finch, I look at the other way around. I think they were kind of sending the message they were willing to avoid you by the strategy that they employed. And those darn kids, those darn professional backups for the Nuggets who actually went out and played like pros and beat the Spurs, maybe that messed up the Nuggets' plan, which was to avoid Minnesota rather than choosing to play Minnesota.
Yeah, how much more fun would have Nuggets-Rockets have been in Lakers-Wolves? Hindsight's 20/20, but that bracket would have benefited Denver a lot more. And maybe they did try to lose those games. So you know what that is from Chris Finch? That's him taking a victory lap. That's him puffing his chest.
Sure.
What he said in the hot microphone last night, he said that a dozen times to his guys behind closed doors in the locker room. They wanted us.
Yeah.
Take it personally. And sometimes that stuff works. And if you're a head coach, you have to pull that card every once in a while. And Chris Finch, he pulled all the right cards in this series.
Will, you're absolutely right. And a lot of times these so-called chips on their shoulders, I'm kind of like eye-rolling, like, really? I mean, you think you're being disrespected or whatever? So a lot of times these chips are manufactured. This one, I think, was manufactured. But brilliant. It worked. Meanwhile, the Nuggets had one of the greatest bulletin board comments, automatic boulder put on your shoulder, gifted to you by Jaden McDaniels, and you never took advantage of it.
All the bad defenders.
You squandered it. You wasted it.
You won one game the rest of the series.
One game?
He made those comments in a 1-1 series. Minnesota won 3 of the next 4. That's an indictment on the entire organization, the whole franchise, that couldn't be used to rally the troops. McDaniels punked you last night. He was way better than Jamal Murray. And if you ask a casual NBA fan who's Jamal Murray, who's Jaden McDaniels, much more people are going to know Jamal Murray. Unfortunately, McDaniels was the best player on Minnesota and probably the best player in the whole series.
This is a fair text. Come on now. You guys are just naming guys that are all washed up or all are just about done. Just get another star. People will miss Jamal too, just like MPJ. Please quit saying trade Jamal. And there is something to the idea that if you start talking about LeBron or Kawhi or that kind of thing, what you're trying to do is you are desperately taking one more kick at the can with this core. That you just, one more chance. Let's try to get another championship before maybe we break this thing up. I mean, that's what we're advocating. So if we all are in agreement that there's no way you can just run it back with this group and this coach.
I hate that term.
Then what are your alternatives? Your alternatives are fire the coach and run it back. Fire the coach and bring in a player like a LeBron or a Kawhi just to take one more shot at it with this pretty much the current core. Or save for Nikola Jokic, you fire the coach and you break things up, and you're willing to move 2 or 3 guys from this core.
I'll take option C, Mike. I'd fire the coach and make a big trade or two. I think you need to shake up who's on the bench because, like you said, Adelman he's a piece of the Malone tree, whether you like it or not. If you fired Malone, you probably should have just washed your hands altogether, and you didn't do it.
Probably.
And also the softness they showed all series, and then last night when the Wolves are down 3 great scores and still outscore you 110-98, then players have to go too. Players have to be held accountable as well. So those options you lay out are all fair ones. But I would do the quote-unquote nuclear option. I'd fire the coach and I'd trade everyone, not everyone, but you know what I mean, everyone on the table except for Nikola.
Drastically change the look, the mix, the identity, the culture of this team. Acknowledge that the Malone, Jokic, Murray era has run its course.
And to an extent, Adelman is part of that as well.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Do you think, as you watched that game last night and they came so close to tying it, came so close to taking the lead, do you think it's a good thing that they lost? Because here's the thing. What if you win that and you win Game 7, and then you go get swept by the Spurs? And the excuse is, well, we did win a series, so we are going to run it back. Like, if they had lost to the Clippers last year, does David Adelman get the full-time head coaching job? Is this almost better because it's going to spark change, whereas if they win Game 6, win Game 7, then they do just run it back because they have an excuse? Do big losses spark drastic changes, and in the long run, was it good that the Nuggets fell apart?
Do you feel that this team with this coach is a championship contender?
No.
Then last night was a blessing.
Exactly. And sometimes in life, blessing in disguise, they can happen. Maybe that's what it was. For as mad as everyone is, and I'm not flipping the page to next year. I can't stand that when I'm listening to a sports talk show that I like, and they're like, well, let's talk about next year. No. Let's stew in this one.
Yeah.
Let's stew in this one.
I need to.
For a month.
I need to ferment in this thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But all that said, if they do get a big-time head coach, and maybe we can throw some names out there, if they do get a big-time star to pair with Nikola, are you going to sit here next October, November, December, and go, maybe that was the best thing to happen to him? Because if they had won one series, we'd be watching David Adelman in the same core all over again.
We will have some fun today. Trivia at 9:15 against the no matter what is happening, it could all be falling down around us. We're still doing trivia on Friday. So that's coming up at 9:15. But we'll continue to get your reaction to what went down last night and where the Nuggets go from here. And we now know the opponent for the Avalanche in round 2. How are we feeling as fans about it not being Mikko and the Dallas Stars? That's next.
Really happy. From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now. The second round is set, and the star power is undeniable. The Avalanche finally has its answer, the Minnesota Wild. For the fourth time in playoff history, the Avs and Wild, with the spotlight blazing, Nathan MacKinnon's speed and force against Kirill Kaprizov's style and swagger. A superstar matchup on the blue line with Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes. Superstars rivalry, Avs, Wild, round 2, coming soon. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ductworks. Spring cleaning isn't just about what you can see, it's about what's hiding behind the scenes. Your ducts collect dust, allergens, debris all winter long. It's one of those places you just don't think about. Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. They're recommended by more contractors than anyone else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt debris that other companies leave behind. Less strain, better airflow, lower energy costs. They'll show you before and after photos so you can actually see the difference. And they clean every line. Nothing gets missed. Before your AC runs all season, make sure the air you're breathing is actually clean. Give them a call at 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985. Or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
This year, tackle all your gardening projects like a pro with Permagreen Organics, made right here in Colorado. Our new Permagreen Pro line includes everything from topsoil to sheep and peat. Buy local, buy Permagreen Pro soil amendments, and remember, you don't need a miracle.
SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietandNutrition.com, and you've got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietandNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietandNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
When you've been hurt after a traumatic car crash, you don't need a sales pitch from an attorney with big promises and a loud voice. You need a team who fights for real results fast. That's why so many across the country choose the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson is nationally recognized, but is local right here in Colorado. So give us a call and let our team fight for the results you deserve today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry buys, sells, and services pre-owned Rolex, Cartier, and all luxury Swiss watches. So if you're looking to make a change in your watch collection or just looking to sell, come to Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry, located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, normally I would say happy Friday, but it's not a happy Friday. It's just Friday. Which does carry some of its own benefits, of course. But, boy, after last night, this is a tough Friday. This is a tough one to digest. Not only what went wrong, but what do you do about it moving forward? Thanks for being with us on this Friday. I got Will Peterson with me. Stoke and Stink off. And, yes, I've heard from Stink. And I've heard the I told you so text. He was right when he said he was offended by the Nuggets after the Game 3 performance, not responding to Jaden McDaniels. And after losing Game 4 the way they did, he said, look, I don't care if they win the series. I've already seen enough. There's nothing to gain by winning this series.
We're going to go participate hard out there, boys.
Last night was the nothing to gain, everything to lose Game 6. And guess what? He was right, because everything. They lost everything. And now, I mean, it was to the point where when the fourth quarter came around, I was just like, just win the damn game. I don't care how it looks. I know it won't be a win to feel satisfied about, but at least it'll be a win, and you can get to Game 7 and somehow try to salvage this. But they couldn't do that, Will. And now we're left wondering what happens next. But let's look back at last night. Let's get the reaction from the Nuggets. David Adelman, What are you feeling?
It's hard to look at the whole thing in its totality right now, because right now it just sucks. You know you're not going to see the group together again. And, I told them in the locker room, it's one of the most unique groups I've been around, just because it's very rare to look in the locker room and literally say that each person in there won us a game this season.
Any explanation for what went wrong in this series?
My first thought of the season and everything is really incomplete, because the team that started the season obviously was very dominant. We thought we found something on both sides of the ball, and then it never seemed to, have a chance to get back to that. And that's not an excuse. That's just the bottom line. And that's why it's, if I'm going to sit here and say we're nowhere near where we want to be, I think that'd be an unnecessary answer right now, because we have to look at the whole season and what we were when we were certain kinds of teams.
And I suspect, Will, that's going to be the message we hear from the Nuggets here in the next couple days. It hurts, it stings, it sucks, it shouldn't have happened, but once you take a breath and you step away from the agony of the loss, hey, let's focus on what we accomplished. We won 54 games with guys in and out of the lineup. We didn't have the best player on the planet for a while, and we went 12-6 or something without him. We set a franchise record for most road wins. Unfortunately, we didn't have Aaron Gordon and Payton Watson in the playoffs, and that was a huge reason, maybe the reason why we didn't win the series. I have a feeling that what you just heard from David Adelman is going to be the organization's response to all this.
Yeah, and that would just be so disheartening as a Nuggets fan. There's some losses that need to change the direction of your franchise.
I agree.
And last night and this series as a whole, what you did wrong in games 2, 3, 4, and 6, they need to change the direction of your franchise. And it's honestly an insult to the paying customer if the Nuggets just say, yeah, we're going to give Adelman a second year, and we're going to see if Aaron can get healthy, and we're going to try to figure something out with Payton. Nah, you can't. Come on, man. There are some series losses that should blow up your franchise, and this is one of them. Unfortunately, this is one of them. This is a colossal failure on so many levels, from the head coach to nearly every single player on the roster, and everything should be on the table.
Well, David Adelman, your first full year as a head coach, how do you view the job you did?
Very disappointing end of the season. I'm the head coach. I take responsibility for things that didn't go well here. And I think more importantly, as a group, unified, how can we come back next year and be better as a staff, as a team? You look at everything, the training staff, how we communicate, all those things matter, to find the best formula possible to move forward.
A lot of guys didn't show up last night, and you got to start with Jamal Murray, who I can't help but note the bittersweet irony that for a guy who for most of his career had lackluster regular seasons that left us wanting more, but he would always seem to be a completely different guy in the playoffs.
That's where Bubble Jamal, Playoff Jamal came from.
And yet in this year, you had a guy who had his best regular season. He was their most consistent, reliable player of the entire regular season.
How'd that work out?
Went to his first All-Star game, made a case for being All-NBA, and came up empty in the playoffs. David Adelman, even David Adelman didn't shy away from it.
Sometimes you're asking too much from one player. If I'm coaching somebody and saying you have the majority of the ball handling responsibilities, and you got to get yourself open, and you got to score, and you got to facilitate, there's nights it's tough. So I give them credit, how they played, and I know we can be better, and I know Jamal can be better.
There were a lot of comments that came out after the game. This one, I think, this to me might be maybe the most telling comment made, other than Nikola Jokic saying, well, we lost in the first round. Clearly, we're not close to being a contender. But here is Jamal Murray talking about the game. And to your point, what you just said, that there are some losses that have to necessitate bigger changes than just simply, tough luck, right? Run it back. Here's what Jamal said about this series.
Well, if you saw the interviews, all of them were excited to play us. They got up to play us. They enjoyed playing us, and we have to match that. We have to feel the same way about them, and I'm sure we will next year. So they took this matchup, could say, kind of personal, and wanted it really bad, and we got to want it more. And I got respect for those guys. They played hard, they played physical, and they beat us.
They wanted it more. And really, Will, isn't that there's all kinds of themes that come out of this series, but doesn't it just kind of really boil down to that most basic of points? Minnesota wanted it more.
The hungrier, more desperate team, and I don't get it. I don't understand how Jaden McDaniels and Terrence Shannon Jr. ended your season. Come on, what are we doing? If Anthony Edwards ends the Nuggets season, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but I think I'll get it down. This, Terrence Shannon Jr. bamming on you at the end of the first half and then getting a drive, lefty layup to basically ice the game deep in the fourth quarter. This is a guy, Mike, who wasn't in Chris Finch's plans. He was on the end of their bench. He was Zeke Naji. He was Jalen Pickett. He saw the court out of necessity, and he punked you. McDaniels obviously punked you, and he punked you over 6 games. But Terrence Shannon Jr. didn't get to see the floor when they were healthy. And this cat comes off the bench and looks like the second best player on the court, maybe third best player on the court last night. That's an indictment on the Nuggets' will, their attitude, their care. This is ridiculous. If they lose, last year they lost to the Thunder. I can swallow that. The year before, they lost to Anthony Edwards. I can swallow that. I can't, as a Nuggets fan, sit here and tell you, yeah, it's okay that they lost to Terrence Shannon and Jaden McDaniels. What are we doing?
If I'm Josh Kroenke, you got to listen to that comment, and that has to be just resonating in your ears as you think about what to do moving forward, because you had a season in which you got rid of big, bad, mean Michael Malone, who was so mean to you that you needed to get a player-friendly coach, and David Adelman. You gave him that. For all the talk about they haven't had a bench, we all raved about the bench moves they made, and for most of the season, they really bore fruit. You had all the elements of a team, including a 12-game winning streak going into the regular postseason. You had all the elements there of a team that should be hungry, and should really be very motivated to get back to the level they were at when they won a championship a few years ago. And then to have it all end like this, with Minnesota losing key guy after key guy after key guy, and you being gifted the comments of Jaden McDaniels to use as a rallying point. And when it's all said and done, you got Jamal Murray accurately, I'm not disputing what he said, accurately saying they wanted it more. That's bitter, man. I don't know how you can possibly run this thing back with the same core and the same coach after Jamal laid it out that way, and he ain't wrong.
He's not lying, but as a Nuggets fan, it's really hard to hear because we invest so much time in these teams. We invest money in these teams. Fans pay good money to go watch this team play in person. You plan your schedule around when the Nuggets are going to play. Your happiness, to some extent, is tied to sports. What do people use sports for? A distraction, right? From all the other stuff going on in your life, all the other stuff going on in the world. And your sports team last night didn't care. Why do I care then? Why do I care? If they're not going to care, why should I care? Why should I stay up till 11:30 at night to watch Game 5 because the NBA treats us like we're on the Pacific Ocean and wants to tip us off at 8:50? Why should I care? If these guys don't care, the multimillionaires, and I'm grinding through my 9 to 5, it's disheartening. And it's that cruel reminder that they still get to go back to their great lives. Remember, LeBron said that once, and he got a lot of heat for it. When I wake up, I'm still LeBron James, and you got to go to work. Today, Jamal Murray gets to wake up. He's still Jamal Murray. He's going to have a great 6 months. Everyone else, they get to enjoy their weekend, and they're back at work Monday morning. That's what stinks. That's what hurts the most, is as a fan, I feel disrespected that I put so much time and energy into a team that for 4 games in this series absolutely fell apart.
Yeah, you're watching that game last night as a fan. You're like, why does it seem like I want it more than they do?
Exactly.
Right? Why am I feeling all these range of emotions that just flat out, boil it down, suck, and yet these guys aren't able to show us that it really matters to them? And then
It's
you have,
mind-boggling.
listen to Jamal. Here it is.
Well, if you saw the interviews, all of them were excited to play us. They got up to play us. They enjoyed playing us, and we have to match that. We have to feel the same way about them, and I'm sure we will next year. So they took this matchup, could say, kind of personal, and wanted it really bad, and we got to want it more. And I got respect for those guys. They play hard, they play physical, and they beat us.
I mean, this isn't a Minnesota team that just snuck up on you. I mean, you know these guys. There isn't a team that you know more inside and out than the Minnesota Timberwolves. You have established a rivalry with them, a rivalry that was given more fuel by Jaden McDaniels, by Chris Finch after he said after Game 1, I guess we need to flop more, right? I mean, how can you not engage and respond to that. And after the game, one of your two best players is saying, yeah, they really were excited to play us, and I guess we weren't. Whew.
And let me ask you this. When you hear him admit that, does it make you feel better or make you feel worse? Because to me, it makes me feel worse. I think some people say, well, at least he acknowledged it, right? At least he acknowledged they wanted it more because we all saw it with our own eyes. We're not idiots. We watched it. Minnesota wanted the series more. But Jamal's the guy who could do something about it. You live in Lakewood. You're sitting on your couch. You couldn't do anything about it last night.
No.
I live in Inglewood. I'm sitting on my couch. I couldn't do anything about it last night. But Jamal Murray could. And instead, he delivered an all-time stinker. I mean, the guy made what, 4 shots? 4-17 from the field. He had a 3 to tie the basketball game. Those are the shots we're used to him making in the postseason. It went in and out. Couldn't get it to fall.
But David Allen's like, be nice to Jamal.
I feel for Jamal. We know it can be better. Everybody in here that's followed us and watched us, I'm sure they're going to kill Jamal Murray. You've all seen what he can do in these games. And tonight was not his night.
I don't care.
But we should kill him.
Exactly.
Why? Metaphor.
Because Jamal's done it before. Does that make me feel better on a Friday morning? No. Jamal Murray, is that his worst game as a Nugget, given the stakes, given the circumstances?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, easily.
It was a generationally bad performance.
It was Nikola Jokic's worst playoff game as a Nugget.
Last night?
I
thought his second half was pretty good.
This series was
for
clearly
sure.
his worst ever.
But if we're isolating Game 6, that may have been the worst game that Jamal ever played, given the circumstances, given the stakes.
I can't believe that by the end of the game, the Timberwolves came down with Terrence Shannon dribbling the ball out top. Everybody stood still with the clear play was Terrence Shannon going one-on-one against Jamal Murray.
And he's a lefty, and he's going to go left.
And that was the plan. Your season, it's the fourth quarter of a must-win playoff game, really, for Minnesota. And your plan was, you know what? We feel really good about Terrence Shannon breaking Jamal Murray down one-on-one. And he did. He did.
You got punked by a guy who's their 11th man, their 10th or 11th man. Again, would not play if they were healthy. Would not play. It'd be like Zeke Naji going out and dropping 24 for the Nuggets last night. They don't have anyone on like that on this team. They don't have a dog in them.
Nope.
And it should lead to major, major changes. It absolutely has to. And if, it's now 8:15. The morning has started. The day is rolling. Can David Adelman get dismissed? And, I don't like rooting for people to lose their job, but that coaching performance, that's a lose-your-job type performance. That's serious. I'm hoping to get a notification here while we're still on air, or while Cecil and Josh are on air, or while Phil and Zach are on air, that the Nuggets have made a head coaching change, because that's about the only thing that's going to make me feel better, Mike, because you can't trade anyone today, right? You're not trading Jamal Murray today. You're not trading Aaron Gordon today. You can't fire your head coach, and that's the step that needs to be taken by Josh Kroenke.
Put aside for a second your emotions and what you want to happen. Likelihood that David Adelman is fired today or in the next couple days?
25%. Maybe.
I think it's less than that.
Really?
I really do.
You don't think Josh flying home last night is going, what in the world am I doing? He's a basketball guy.
He's a basketball guy who chose David Adelman over Michael Malone.
Because David Adelman won 7 playoff games last year.
And does Josh Kroenke want to admit 1 year later he got it wrong?
He should.
He should, if he truly is a basketball guy, as he's
he played college basketball. He's been around it his whole life. He is a basketball guy.
Okay, then if he's a true basketball guy and not, if he's thinking as a basketball guy and not as an owner, as a businessman, you got to move on from David Adelman. But I have a feeling that the businessman in him might win out.
Okay, but we're talking about business here. Guy's worth what, $15 billion? Even if you go hire a huge name head coach and he demands $10 million a year, that's like $20 to you and I.
I know it is, but
and you can't spend $15 billion in this lifetime, the next lifetime, the one after that, the one after that. It's more money than anyone can wrap their mind around.
Sure, but
so why does he care?
There are a lot of billionaire owners out there who still run their franchises cheaply.
And I don't get it. Because if someone offered you, hey, you can make a big change in your life, Mike Evans, that's going to benefit you for $20, you'd open up your wallet and hand over the $20. That's what it would be like for the Nuggets to make a head coaching change and pay for a big-time head coach.
There's also the argument I didn't become a billionaire by just wasting money.
But he's not going to not be a billionaire if he pays a Steve Kerr $10 million, or Tom Thibodeau,
right,
or Billy Donovan. There are plenty of guys out there he could go write a check to that his lifestyle ain't changing one bit.
Well, we're going to know very quickly here how Josh and Stan Kroenke view the Nuggets.
We're fixing to find out.
Is it all about getting another championship during Nikola Jokic's prime, or is it being content with the championship they won and just rolling out a good product, but not one that's gonna? It's a product that will fill Ball Arena, and will probably win close to 50 games every year, and they'll be in the playoffs. But we'll all know that they're not really a championship contender. But business will be good.
That goes back to my rant about being disappointing. Just a Nuggets fan. If they care more about business than winning a title, then why do I invest so much time and effort and heart and emotion into this basketball team?
I'm telling you, that Jamal Murray quote is, and
It's
again,
damning.
It's very damning. And I appreciate his honesty. You know, because he could have been up there saying, well, yeah, no, hey, come on, we didn't have AG, we didn't have Payton Watson, come on, But he said they looked like a team that really was excited to play us. And I guess we didn't match it.
So does it make you feel better or worse? Because I think it makes me feel worse.
As somebody who has come to the conclusion that this current era and model has to be changed, then I'm glad they lost. And I'm glad Jamal said that. Because I think we're at a point now where we need significant change moving forward. But I'm also skeptical about how that's actually going to be heard, received, and acted upon over there. So we'll see. In the meantime, the other tenant in Ball Arena has a much rosier future moving forward. And I wonder, Will, did their future get even brighter because they don't have to play the Dallas Stars in round 2?
Oh, I think it was great news. In a night of terrible news for Denver sports, that was the only good thing that happened. Big Bad Witch is dead. Dallas is done. They've knocked you out the last 2 years. They have a history of torturing this franchise in the playoffs, going all the way back to Joe Sakic and Peter Forsberg and Patrick Waugh. And now you get to play Minnesota, a team that doesn't have a cup, obviously. A very good team. I'm not dismissing them. I think taking the Wild lightly would be a huge mistake. Last thing we need is another Minnesota team to end another Denver season. But I can't stand anything about the Stars. No. I can't stand anything about them. I don't like their fans yelling Stars during the national anthem, taking over Ball Arena. I hate their rink, that stupid camera angle where you can't see the puck on the near side of the boards because the camera operator's in the first level. And Mikko Rantanen, I didn't want to talk about Mikko the next 3 weeks. I did not want to talk. Mikko's like an ex. I don't want to talk about my ex anymore. I'm done. I talked about my ex all last year. I'm over it. I am so glad it's new blood. And again, I'm not dismissing the Wild. They're a very good hockey team. But when they clinched last night, went up 3-2 in the third, and then added a couple empty netters to go up 5-2, I was elated as an Avs fan. What were your emotions?
I have some of the same emotions. First of all, I got some of these texts. Oh, Mike, you must be disappointed. Your Stars got beat. First of all, that thing has always been wildly misrepresented and taken out of context. I appreciate the fact that many of you continue to bust my chops about it. I respect that. But let's be clear. I did live in Dallas for 2 years, and here was my overwhelming takeaway from living in Dallas for 2 years. Dallas pro sports fans are so weak. They're so weak. Pillow.
I've been thinking about it a lot.
Charmin soft. I came away from 2 years going, wow. Stars fans are some of the most unsophisticated hockey people I've ever been around. Maverick fans, Ranger fans, and even Cowboy fans. It's a terrible sports fan pro town. College is different. High school is different. But the pro mentality down there is so lame, and I lived it for 2 years. So that's always been the way I viewed Dallas. So from that standpoint, it was good to see Dallas lose. Here's the other thing too, because you could be saying, well, wait a minute, why are you so happy that Dallas lost? Because if you think that Dallas could have been this much of a problem to you, and you're happy that they've been eliminated, well, what does that say about Minnesota and their ability to beat Dallas? Maybe you should put a little bit more respect on Minnesota's team and what they're accomplishing. Yeah, well, maybe. We'll see. We're fixing to find out. But here's the one thing that we learned about the Timberwolves series is that styles make fights. And clearly, even though you looked at Minnesota and you didn't feel like, even when they were healthy, you didn't feel like they were a team that the Nuggets should lose to, what ended up coming through loud and clear? This was a bad matchup. They had a couple of guys who made it really, really difficult for the Nuggets' two best players in Gobert with Jokic and McDaniels with Murray. And so even though Dallas, clearly wasn't the same Dallas team that we've seen in the past because they just lost, I don't know. You get them into a series with the Avalanche, and maybe, once again, it's just not a good matchup for the Avs. And
what if Ottinger stands on his head?
Right, and the fact that Dallas is gone, yes, I am a path of least resistance guy, okay? This whole notion of, well, if you're going to be the best, you want to beat the best. I don't give a damn about that, okay?
I hate that term.
When Anthony Edwards, when DiVincenzo went down, I understand where I'm saying. I'm coming there.
You're not rooting for injury.
All right. I went, yeah. All right. When Edwards went out, I went, yeah. Guess what? The path got easier.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm not looking for, hey, I want to beat you at your best, the best at your best. So from that standpoint, for the Avs and the potential matchup for the second round, I'm glad Dallas is gone.
Definitely. And you should give Cecil Lammy some life lessons on that. Because he's I want the toughest path. And you know what I'm not thinking about at a parade? Our path.
Right.
I'm thinking about watching the guys on fire trucks, partying, having a great time, going up, giving epic speeches. I mean, how often do you still think about the 22 parade? Jared Bednar, they gave me my first chance.
They gave me my first chance.
It's epic stuff.
Sign me up.
Do you know what's going to happen at a parade this summer? Something hilarious is going to happen, something ridiculous, something fun, and no one is going to stand around the state capitol building or Civic Center Park and go, if we'd only beaten Dallas, this would be sweeter. You know what's sweet? Seeing that cup on stage and Gabriel Landeskog with a Swedish flag wrapped around him coming out, and the guys partying all summer with the cup, taking it to their hometowns. That's sweet. I'm glad it's alive.
I promise you, if the Avalanche end up beating a Minnesota team that finished third in their division, beat a Anaheim team that finished, third in their division, and then go win a Stanley Cup against a Flyers team that finished third in their division, I don't care if the national people are like, wow, the Avalanche has had one of the easiest paths to a Stanley Cup ever. I don't care. I don't care.
They'll have a fourth cup.
It's the great Harrison Ford movie, The Fugitive. He's standing at the roof of the mouth of the dam, and there's Tommy Lee Jones. And he's like, I didn't kill my wife. And Tommy Lee Jones just looks at him and goes, I don't care. That'd be my reaction. I don't care. So.
It's a good thing for the Avs. It is a good thing that Dallas has done. That said, don't take the Wild lightly.
Well, we're going to find out if the Wild are. We're going to find out here if it's one of those classic cases of be careful what you wish for. All right. We're fixing to find out.
Can this city handle another loss to a Minnesota team?
No.
Avs.
There are many reasons you need to beat the Wild. Avenging Denver against Minnesota's another reason why. We'll continue to get your reaction to the Nuggets as that's been pouring in. I do really, while I have you here, I am very curious to get your thoughts on Anklegate with Bo Nix. We'll do that next.
With Bo Nix having to get more work done on his injured ankle, could that spell future problems for the Broncos QB?
No one is going to want to hear what I have to say, but this will not be the last time. I'm just telling you. With the ankle? With an ankle issue with Bo Nix. I'm telling you on Wednesday, April 29th. It's not because it brings me joy or glee. It's not because I want to, but based on the evidence that I have. I hope I'm wrong. But I said I was really concerned about this after it happened and derailed the trip to the Super Bowl, and he's got another surgery on the ankle before he plays a down after that latest ankle injury.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about need surgery, how about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And here's the best news. Same-day appointments. You can start your journey toward pain-free just like I did They're a phone call away. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, physical therapy, MRIs, treatment options, all in one facility. And I loved going in there, talking to my guy, Dr. Khan. He walked me through my pictures, my MRI, said, this is why you're in so much pain, and here's what we're going to do to get you out of it. And I'm telling you what, it flat worked. Changed my life. I'd gone in there. I'd quit going to the golf course, quit playing, quit working out in the gym. I couldn't sleep through the night. A couple short visits to my guys over there at Spine One. I was back on the course, back in the gym, feeling myself again, and I'm telling you what, it just changed my life. It could change yours as well. Don't live in pain any longer. Go see my guys at Spine One, see how they can help you get back checked into life. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or as always, you can find them online at spine1.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Spring is all about fresh starts, new projects, new routines, new energy. And if you've been putting off getting your financial life in order, this is the perfect time to start fresh with my friends at Cajun Wealth. When I met with them, I got straight talk and real guidance. They helped me understand my retirement, tax, and estate planning in a way that finally clicked. I walked out feeling so much better, like I checked off something big that has been hanging over my head. That's why I'm a client now. Cajun Wealth gave me confidence and clarity. Make this spring your fresh start. You can visit them. They have offices located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, or Loveland, or you can give them a call at 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter. Dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, and additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Now that it's nice outside, I can't wait to spend time at my favorite outdoor oasis right in my own backyard. With my custom built-in grill island, comfy patio furniture, and blazing fire pit from O.W. Lee, I may never want to leave. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio to let you know that we'd love to help you create your very own outdoor oasis in your backyard. Lair's offers the widest variety of top-quality O.W. Lee furniture and fire pits. With a great selection of in-stock items along with our custom ordering process, you can choose the exact style and color that will make your patio sizzle this summer. Lair's also sells the top names in quality barbecue grills and accessories to help you create an outdoor kitchen that will be the envy of your neighborhood. Lair Fireplace and Patio is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in barbecues and outdoor furniture. Family owned and operated since 1954. Go to LairFireplacePatio.com and see why O.W. Lee is the most sought after name in quality outdoor furniture and fire pits. That's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's outdoor room experts.
Visit any of Lair Fireplace and Patio's beautiful showrooms.
Subtle intimidation.
Had to give Ty the look.
You did. I was wondering.
Ty a little bit of a like.
I was wondering what you were doing.
There's a little quizzical look.
Skill debating.
You didn't think I was going to flip it on your head like this. See how I
you're
did
coming
that?
back at me. I
Right.
like this.
You
This is
regret
good.
this now.
And plenty of pet peeves.
Put your phone in your pocket and you never go back and get it.
It is a source of so much frustration for Mark. It drives him crazy.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Will Peterson in for Stoke and for Stink as we sift through the carnage that is the end of the Nugget season. And also look ahead to As Wild, round 2, scheduled to be determined. But there's also what went down this week, and I'm fascinated to get your thoughts on it. This whole thing with Bo Nixon's ankle. What's your read on it?
Yeah, obviously Jim Nantz saw him at the Masters and said he was moving around fine. Jim's a legend. Jim has no reason to make that up. I 100% believe Jim. That should go without saying that, yeah, Bo Nix was at the Masters walking around fine. Greg Penner went to owners' meetings and said, oh, yeah, he's all good. OTAs, offseason activities, all that. Mike Kliss reported OTAs, and the Broncos corrected him and said, no, start of the offseason program, which is next week. Mike said that on our airwaves yesterday to Cecil and Josh. My overwhelming gut, and I don't know this, but we're on Sports Talk Radio. Something happened. Something happened, Mike. And that stinks for Broncos fans because this timeline, it got moved back 2.5 months. Your timeline doesn't just automatically go from May 1st to July 25th, start of training camp, unless something happened. I don't know that for a fact, but my worry is that he re-injured the ankle. And I don't know how. Could have been a freak accident. Could have been Brian Greasy, Clint Barmas. I don't know. So it's scary. It's scary. And Mike Florio came out with that report on April 1st, April Fool's Day, about Aaron Rodgers.
RELAX.
That the Broncos may have reached out. And everyone said, oh, Florio, April Fools, whatever. His timing could not have been worse. He should have published that on the last day of March or on April 2nd.
Exactly.
But maybe there was a little...
But he did come out and say, no, this was not a joke.
This is not a joke.
This was a legitimate report on my part.
And Florio's
This is
on
not a drill.
Sunday Night Football Night in America. He has no incentive to just make that up. Someone that he trusted to publish and run with floated Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos. And then 2 hours before the Knicks' second surgery comes out, we get the report that the Steelers have placed some sort of unrestricted tag on Rodgers, whereas if he leaves, they get draft compensation.
And you're like, where did that come from?
I'm not trying to wear a tinfoil hat. I'm not trying to connect dots that don't exist. But I think there's some smoke here. And unfortunately, I think Bo broke his ankle in the AFC divisional round. And then I think Bo had a setback with the ankle that required another surgery.
And for all the grief he got, I don't think Sean Payton came up with predisposed out of thin air.
Someone told him that.
Okay? And in my opinion, here's my take on this. I'm not worried about Bo in the short term. Okay, he's still young. He's athletic. I have no doubt that this is whatever's going on. It's not going to affect him in the short term. Okay, but there is enough here with his prior history with the ankle. Add in this to think about. Okay, what is his long-term future look like? Because we all want to believe that we're one of these lucky franchises now in the NFL that has our quarterback for the next 10 to 12 years, 10 to 15 years with these guys playing till they're 40, right? He's only 26. So that's the part that worries me is not, is Bo going to be able to play this season? I don't worry about that. I don't worry about the next couple of years. I just don't. But, we just got done watching Aaron Gordon wrap up another season in which, come on, this guy looks like as he has hit 30 and now north of 30, that he is just flat out injury prone. And that's the way he's going to be moving forward. And that's my concern about all this Bo stuff.
Especially when he is due $250, $300 million this time next year. I mean, Greg Penner's got an awful lot of money, but that's a huge check to write, given when he bought the team, what did he go through? At the time, the largest dead cap in NFL history when they eventually had to move on from Russell Wilson.
Yep.
Greg already wrote a check to a QB, and he may have gotten forced into that a little bit because he was the new owner in town. He wanted to show that he was willing to spend, and the Penners have been great. I'm not blaming them for writing that check. I said at the time, Russell Wilson should get paid. You were, in fact, the only guy in town, I'll give you your credit, your flowers, who said, let's hold off on this contract. And everyone mocked you and made fun of you, and you were right. So that's a big victory lap you can take. So it's not a shot at Greg, but it is a question of, do you pay Bo Nix $300 million? And I desperately want to, because like you said, I want him to be the quarterback for the next decade. But what happens if he only plays 8 or 9 games this year? Because the ankle gets hurt again. Then can you justify writing that check? I don't know if you can. So we need to hope and to wish that Bo Nix gets through this season, gets through it healthy, and the Broncos are once again Super Bowl contenders, because the ankle's a big story. But right now it's like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 story. If something happens to the ankle during the 2026 football season, it's DEFCON 1. It's an 11 out of 10 story.
So yesterday when we were talking about this, somebody said, come on, guys, this is a big nothing burger. And I love the use of nothing burger. It's not a nothing burger, but I also don't think it's reason for full-scale panic.
Do you think it's a 7 out of 10, though, in terms of storylines? And it will be a 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 if something happens to his ankle this year?
7 out of 10.
You talking about Bo? He got 2 surgeries.
Yeah, I'm talking about Bo.
He got 2 surgeries in 3 months, Mike.
7 out of 10. Boy, you're really into things are getting hot there when you're at 7. I don't know if I'm there yet. Okay.
Chaos.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'll put it more right now. It's not a nothing burger. It's not full scope panic. I'll put myself at a 4 right now.
Mm-hmm.
A 4.
2 surgeries is a 4. Seems low.
Well, and I can say this because Stink's not here. It was a procedure. It was minor.
It knocked him back 2.5 months.
Well, there's a lot of things that can knock you back. A tweak here, a tweak there that does require, it doesn't mean I can now go out and be a full-scale athlete, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be. Look, a year ago at this time, okay? A year ago at this time, what was the talk out of Ramsland? Matthew Stafford.
Yep.
Oh, boy. He's got a bad back. It wasn't even at the start of training camp. There were stories about Matthew Stafford and his back and not only his availability for the start of the season, but, is this going to be something they're going to have to just try to manage throughout the guy was the MVP. So I don't know. That's why.
How'd that work out?
It worked out just fine. So I'm not completely dismissing it, but I'm not ready to strap on the tinfoil cap. And by the way, if a tinfoil cap for me, that's a lot of tinfoil. I mean, that's one of those like Reynolds wrap. That's like a 500-foot one. That's not the 200. I need the whole roll, the industrial strength 500. So
you and I have big heads.
Yeah, but come on now.
With the bumper with the big dumper.
Joseph, you've been good. You've been really good. I like it. We got trivia against the drive coming up in 30 minutes. We'll open up the text line. Release the hounds. We'll open the floodgates and let Nugget fans vent next.
The Nuggets season is over as the shorthanded Timberwolves send the Nuggets home. Jamal Murray, nowhere to be found. Jaden McDaniels jawed all series, then proved it on the floor. This was supposed to be a run. Instead, it's an embarrassment. And now as banners fade and questions roar, are franchise-altering changes coming to the Mile High City? This offering promises chaos, tough decisions, and a radically different future. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
I've never put much stock in astrology, but with the new multiplier scratch, the stars are aligned for some pretty big prizes. Because no matter your moon sign or what Mercury's up to, your win can get multiplied up to 200 times, with prizes up to $1 million, which could steer your life into a very interesting new phase. New multiplier scratch from the Colorado Lottery. Multiply your win up to 200 times. Must be 18 to play.
Lowest rate for life. It's our trademarked and most innovative product in the entire mortgage industry. Lock in your savings today, and if rates fall in the future, even as little as 0.5%, we will redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. Always have the best rate and maximize your savings. It's only at U.S. Mortgages, and our number says it all. 303 low rate. That's 303 low rate, or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile selected to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsburg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you've got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Now is the best time to buy. Get ahead of the competition and get the deal you want on the home you really want. Maximize your savings with lowest rate for life, and if the market does improve, we can save you money without any additional lender fees or appraisal fees. We're here for you today and tomorrow, and celebrating 30 years of helping homeowners with expanded approvals, low rates, credit improvements, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303-LOW-RATE.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is SHOT. S-H-O-T. Text SHOT to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's SHOT to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
We are here along with Will Peterson. Stink and Stoke off today. Of course, I did hear from Stink last night immediately after the game, telling me how he was right about how soft this team is and how even if they had won this series, he wasn't going to feel good about it. Well, Stink will be able to take his bow when he comes back on Monday, and maybe Stoke will as well. But I got Will Peterson here. And, as we try to make sense of all this, what's your biggest takeaway from this series?
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is you got absolutely punked by Jaden McDaniels. Guy talked a big game, and he backed it up. And he was the best or the second best player on the court. And Jaden McDaniels, yeah, we knew him because he played for Minnesota, but he wasn't some household name. Anthony Edwards was the household name. Ant-Man was the guy we were all scared of. I could take it if Ant ended their season. The reality is Ant didn't play from the second quarter, game 4 on, and you still lost 2 of those 3 games. You got outscored by 20 in game 4 without him, and then you couldn't score 100 for the 3rd time in the series last night in Minnesota. And Terrence Shannon, come on, man. You're a good player, very good player. I'm not trying to dismiss Terrence Shannon, but I'm telling you that Chris Finch, who coaches Terrence Shannon every single day, didn't think he was good enough to be in his rotation. And only started playing him out of necessity. And he comes in and gets 24 last night, has 2 signature moments, the huge dunk right before half, the drive on Jamal to the left late. The Nuggets had their season ended. Maybe a championship window ended by Terrence Shannon and Jaden McDaniels. I'm embarrassed. I'm disappointed, but I'm also embarrassed. Those are my 2 overwhelming emotions.
Yeah, and for me, and I think the best way to get to how I feel about this series is a really good text here. And like I said, we've had great responses from all of you, a lot of you coming in throughout the course of the morning. And here's one. You guys going through all these scenarios and gyrations on Nuggets post-mortem, blaming Kroenke, Adelman, Murray. You're missing the main point. The team was built to win, and without Aaron Gordon, it all falls apart. Guess what? There is a lot of truth to that.
Texture's not wrong.
And I completely endorse that, because all throughout the season, whenever we would have a conversation about the Nuggets, and Mike, what do you think? Do you think this team can win a championship? My stock answer always started with, is Aaron Gordon going to be healthy? Because if you have a healthy Aaron Gordon, the things this guy does and what he brings and sort of being the emotional heartbeat of this team, when that stuff is happening, this team, I think, can win it all. So when it comes to the idea of thinking about the Nuggets as a championship contender, I completely agree with that take about Aaron Gordon. Here's the problem, and here's why that feeling gets replaced by a new feeling. This wasn't about showing that you were good enough to win a championship. This was all about showing if you could respond to being called out by one of your rivals and being able to respond in a way and have the proper response and then be able to go out and take advantage of a team that was wounded by losing two of their top guys. How would you respond to all that? And the fact that you couldn't respond to it, I don't care if Aaron Gordon was playing or not, because this wasn't about winning a championship. This was getting past a weakened Minnesota team, and you couldn't do it.
You crumbled under pressure.
Which tells me that the issues that plague this team go a lot deeper into the foundation. The rot goes a lot deeper into the foundation than simply not having Aaron Gordon.
Exactly.
So the texture's right to a point, but only to a point.
Mm-hmm. You wilted. You absolutely wilted. You shrunk in the biggest moment of your season, an elimination game, and you didn't show up. And the other point I'll make is that Aaron Gordon played 36 regular season games. And the Nuggets to win a title needed him to stay healthy for 2 months. He stayed healthy for 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
But we had the evidence. It was right before our eyes. It's not like AG played 75 games, and this was some fluke, unfortunate thing, and that derailed the series. He didn't play in more than half the times you took the court. They should have seen this coming. They didn't have a backup plan. And if they did have a backup plan, it was another guy that got hurt, in Payton Watson, and his hamstring bothering him from basically early March on. So that said, you weren't going to win the title without a healthy AG, but you sure as heck should have beaten the Wolves.
Agreed.
The JV Wolves.
Yeah.
The Wolves without Edwards and DiVincenzo. And oh, by the way, last night, 6 o'clock, what's Sham say? DeSumo's out. Guy who just dropped 43 on you a couple nights ago is out. I'm sitting there going, who's going to score for them?
Right.
Who's going to score? Well, the answer is McDaniels. Gets a career high. Embarrassing. And Shannon gets 24. 24. The guy on the end of their bench scored 24 on you to end your season.
Yeah. When that game started, and there was all the energy in the building and and the Timberwolves will run around like their hair's on fire, and I'm like, okay. But that was my first thought. I'm looking out on the floor. I'm like, who's going to score for them? Outside of Julius Randle, who's going to score? And that's why even when the Nuggets took that early lead and then Minnesota went on a run, I think they made it like a 11-6 or something. There was a timeout. I'm like, yeah, we're fine, okay? They're going to exhaust themselves. The adrenaline, you can only play on adrenaline for so long, and then it's going to become a basketball game, and their lack of options will end up. But it never did. And it never did, to the point where Terrence Shannon was flat out ISOing Jamal Murray late in the game. And 4 other Timberwolves were just standing around and going, take him. You got him. Take him. And he did. Wow.
All-star Jamal Murray.
Wow.
Getting taken to the rack by a guy who, again, wouldn't have seen the court. It wasn't the Bones Highland game. He played 9 minutes. He had 1 point.
That's why I just, if people are saying it, if members of the media, if other outlets are saying, hey, yeah, this stinks, but look, it would have been entirely different if they had Aaron Gordon and Payton Watson. But that's not the issue that comes out of this.
No.
It would have been different. Yes, it would have been different. But you still didn't need him to win this series. And the fact that, and again, this will be the quote that I am going to take. This was like, some of the Calvin Booth stuff talking about, Jamal Murray's, got to get in better shape. And, some of the comments that you take that are like, wow, this is kind of encapsulate the season. This is Jamal Murray after the game.
Well, if you saw the interviews, all of them were excited to play us. They got up to play us. They enjoyed playing us, and we have to match that. We have to feel the same way about them, and I'm sure we will next year. So they took this matchup, could say, kind of personal, and wanted it really bad, and we got to want it more. And I got respect for those guys. They play hard, they play physical, and they beat us.
They were excited to play us. They took it personal. They wanted it more. And by him saying that, he's saying we didn't want them as much. We weren't as excited to play them. We didn't want it as much as they did, and they got beat. So that's why if you're just saying, well, we didn't have Aaron Gordon, that's why you're missing the point. It goes deeper than just not having AG.
And it makes me question, as a Nuggets fan, why I care so much.
Yeah,
I couldn't do anything about it last night, but I still stayed up late, woke up early. A lot of people listening to the show did the exact same thing. I'm not unique. We're getting literally thousands of texts this morning of people who did the exact same thing. None of us could do anything about it, yet we invest so much heart, time, energy. Sports are supposed to be a distraction. They're supposed to be fun. This isn't fun because the team showed no emotion last night, did not look like an elimination game. Jamal Murray was awful. Christian Brown was awful. That's, what, $300 million in contracts right there with another $100 million in Aaron Gordon sitting on the bench? You're talking about $400 million worth of guys that were terrible last night.
And because of the passion of those Nuggets fans, and they know what they're seeing, and they know what a championship team looks like and what it doesn't look like. And so when you hear people very passionately coming out and saying they have to make changes, whether it's the coach, the players, they just can't think running it back is the answer. That's not just the raw emotion of having lost the night before. It's being able to take a really smart, intelligent, reasoned look at what this team is now and acknowledging there have to be changes.
And
these fans know it.
Series like that spark changes.
It should.
Right? Because you're making a great point. They lost, what, less than 12 hours ago? We're not flying off the handle because of some bad loss.
Right.
You've done this a long, long time. I've done this for 15 years now. We understand that there are forks in the road.
Yeah.
This is a fork in the road
Absolutely.
type series loss that needs almost every single option on the table, firing the head coach and trading everyone, or at least some of them, besides Nikola Jokic.
All right, we'll continue to get your reaction. And, yeah, you're very passionate about it this morning, you Nugget fans. Keep it up, and we'll get to as many as we can. Trivia coming up in about 20 minutes. It's all coming up straight ahead.
The second round is set, and the star power is undeniable. The Avalanche finally has its answer. The Minnesota Wild. For the fourth time in playoff history, the Avs and Wild, with the spotlight blazing, Nathan MacKinnon's speed and force against Kirill Kaprizov's style and swagger. A superstar matchup on the blue line with Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes. Superstars rivalry, Avs, Wild. Round 2, coming soon. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Colorado Fat Loss. If you're thinking about GLP-1s for weight loss, stop right there. You're going to spend thousands of dollars a year, and there are side effects, and commonly people gain the weight back once they get off the GLP-1s. Guys, I'm telling you what, instead, check out Colorado Fat Loss. Their doctor-developed program helps men and women lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 60 days, safe and naturally, without injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. They asked me 7 weeks ago. I started my 8th week. Hey, Mark, will you go on this? Will you try our doctor-developed program? I'm down almost 30 pounds, 29 pounds in 7 weeks, and I tell you what, it has been so simple. Love the app. You track everything you eat. You track your weight daily. It makes it so simple. And then they use real food from your grocery store that you buy, real protein, real vegetables, real fruits to reset your metabolism, control your hunger, and help you burn fat. Guys, I'm telling you what, schedule a free phone consultation today. All you have to do for safe, affordable, and sustainable alternative to weight loss injections is reach out to them at coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at WindowNation.com. I know that May's weather is pretty nice, but you don't have to wait until the heat hits in May and beyond to try and avoid high energy bills. You need to upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows. You get new energy efficient ones from WindowNation.com and you get half of them for free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down. Schedule your fast free consultation now at WindowNation.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Everything is getting more expensive. Gas, groceries, and especially rent, which can go up every single year. But as a homeowner, you have a secret weapon. While the world gets pricier, a fixed-rate mortgage stays exactly the same. That stability isn't just peace of mind, it's your family's financial foundation. American Financing understands home ownership creates wealth. Every monthly payment builds equity and stacks your net worth on autopilot. It's how the middle class actually wins the long game. Your home is a flexible asset. You can live in it, rent it out for passive income, or pass it down to your children. Renting gives you none of that. American Financing salary-based mortgage consultants can help you get pre-qualified with no upfront fees. Call American Financing today and get a pre-qualification letter in 24 hours or less. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net. Secure your rate, build your wealth, and get the cash you need. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Tough morning. But I've been very impressed with Will Peterson sitting in for Stinkin' Stoke.
Well, thanks, Mike.
I've been very impressed with you. But I've really been impressed by the reaction we've been getting from Nugget fans this morning. It's good, strong, reasoned takes about not only it's not. I mean, yeah, you get some of the fly off the handle, like just emotional, like fire everybody, burn it down, But for the most part, people are coming up with what they believe has to change and giving good reasons why. And I appreciate that. Keep them coming. and we'll get to as many as we can. We have trivia against the drive coming up at in about 15 minutes. But, yeah, some of the reaction that we've been getting. This was one of the most embarrassing playoff series losses in Nuggets history. If AG is injury prone, then we need a second AG type on the bench. If Jamal's having a bad shooting night, then who's the clutch shooter we can count on coming off the bench? Tim Hardaway Jr. was pretty good this year and deserved a lot more minutes. Adelman was not responding well to who the Wolves put out on the floor. I mean, I had some people texting me going, why doesn't he give Julian Strawther, a shot? And, for a guy who throughout this entire series said it's not about defense, it's not about effort, it's about offense, and it's about our offensive efficiency, and it's about a team that was number one in the NBA all season long in offensive efficiency, not being efficient on offense. Well, you took Tim Hardaway off the floor late in the game. He was one of your more reliable offensive guys. You never gave Julian Strawther a shot. It was almost like, for a guy who said it was more about offense than defense, he was making a lot of his moves with the idea of defense down the stretch.
Changed his strategy mid-series. Those aren't the kind of adjustments the Nuggets needed. The adjustments they needed was to play free basketball like they did the entire regular season. Mike, you could turn on a Tuesday night game. You could see the Nuggets score 140 points. That was their offensive explosion they had deep down in them. They went cold in this series. Didn't crack 100 in any of the 3 games in Minnesota. And, yeah, the defense was pathetic last night. Minnesota got way too many layups, dunks, offensive rebounds. All that's true. But the offense lost them the game.
Yeah.
The offense lost them the game because Jamal Murray scored a lousy 12 points. What a way to end his season, his first All-Star season, absolute thud performance. Christian Brown, who's your starting shooting guard, literally called a shooting guard, can't shoot, takes 4 shots, scores 3 points. Oh, by the way, you're about to start paying him $125 million. Bruce Brown, we're all glad to have him back, and Brucey B and the parade and all that. Well, he was a complete no-show last night.
Bruce Brown's return was a disappointment.
He had moments.
But this was a great example of how the sequel never is as good as the original. And I'm hoping that doesn't apply to Nazem Kadri here, but just a quick thought there. But I thought the Bruce Brown return was meh.
But if you had to power rank the reasons they lost, do you want to do the whole series or Game 6?
Well, I think Game 6 is a microcosm of the whole series. So
who's one on your list? Who's the most to blame for the Nuggets losing last night and not forcing a decisive Game 7 at Ball Arena?
See here now, boys. See him
No, because I don't want to be labeled a hypocrite because I've always been one that coaching matters, players matter more. That's always been my simple equation. So David Adelman definitely is on the list, but I wouldn't. No, I would start with. I'm going to put Nikola Jokic number 1, and then Jamal Murray number 2, and then I'm going to go with Christian Brown number 3, and then I'll get to Adelman. Number 4.
But you said you wanted to do Game 6. How is Nikola the number 1 responsibility for Game 6 when he put the team on the back in the second half and got it to within one multiple times?
Yeah, he had a really good third quarter. But for everything that Nikola Jokic did really well and assertive on the offensive end, he was a complete no-show on the defensive end. I never ever thought of Nikola Jokic as a above average defender. But I never thought of him as an out-and-out liability. And once Jaden McDaniels came out and made his comments, I really started looking at Jokic closely playing defense. And what bothered me was a lot of times he wasn't trying. He didn't do anything. He just let guys go. I mean, it'd be one thing if you're not a physically gifted defender and you're trying.
But he played the whole game in foul trouble. What's he supposed to do? Pick up his 5th with 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter?
Well, but there were times when he wasn't in foul trouble. It was the same. It was a consistent lack of interest and effort that I saw from him defensively throughout the entire series. Then you add in a lot of his shooting woes throughout the course of the series. Hey, look, we can't just glowingly talk about this guy and say, wow, I mean, best player on the planet, best player in basketball. I don't care who wins the MVP. We all know he's the best guy. We can't lavish this guy with praise, and then when things go horribly wrong, give that best player a pass. His fingerprints were all over this defeat. And then I would go with Jamal. Your two best players. One got outplayed by Rudy Gobert. The other got outplayed by Jaden McDaniels. I got to start there. I have to start there. And I know people would rather put it on David Adelman, but come on. These are guys who, in between Murray and Jokic, are making a combined $500 million, $500 million of NBA salaries. I think we could put a little bit more on them before we say, "Oh, hey, David Adelman didn't motivate Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray enough." No, I don't play that.
I'm just kind of floored that Nikola's one on your list. You make a compelling case.
Who would be number one on your list?
Oh, it's Jamal for sure. Because again, we're doing Game 6, not the series.
All right,
Jamal was
all
awful
right for
in
Game 6. Jamal. Okay, Game 6, Jamal. For the series, I would go with Jokic 1. And then Jamal 2. But for Game 6, I would go
1 for the series. Adelman got completely outcoached. Chris Finch was an A+. He worked the refs. He pushed all the right buttons.
Yep.
He managed his rotation. He didn't say, injuries derailed us.
Mm-hmm.
David Adelman was an F. And I know Fs are harsh, but he literally was a failure in this series.
But at halftime of that game, they went back to the crew, and Kenny Smith was saying, this to me was a halftime of a first half of firsts. Minnesota was first to the rebound, first to the loose ball, first on the floor. They were the aggressor, okay? Well, that has nothing to do with X's and O's. That has nothing to do with X's and O's.
But what's a head coach's job? To motivate.
So these guys who are making $500 million of NBA contracts, they're just wind-up robots who simply go out and do the bidding of their head coach. And if the coach says, play hard, okay, coach, I'll play hard.
Well, what's the point of having a coach
And if the coach says, don't play hard, I'm not going to play hard? Again, yes, the coach matters, and Chris Finch coach circles around David Adelman. But come on, in a series like this, with guys like Jokic and Murray, you got to start with them.
Either you coach it or you allow it. And David Adelman allowed it. David Adelman he did damage to his reputation.
So
if he gets fired, he may never be a head coach in this league again.
Then you're telling me, Will, that the only reason the Nuggets won the championship a couple years ago was because of Michael Malone?
No, but Michael Malone pushed all the right buttons, and they went 16-4 during that playoff
Okay,
run.
so the Avs just pulled off a swe of the Kings because of Jared Bednar? I mean, why is it that
but Jared Bednar adjusted his style to play LA style and did a good job coaching.
But nobody was when we were talking about handing out praise for the Avs, nobody was starting with Jared Bednar. And there's no reason you should, and you shouldn't. So why is it when things are good, we are all about singing the praises of the players, but when things go horribly wrong, all of a sudden it's all on the coach? I just think in situations like this, don't give the players, like Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, don't give them a pass.
Okay, for the series, I'll agree. Nikola had a bad series.
He had a bad series.
But
last night was Jamal.
Game 6, my list, Jamal Murray 1, David Adelman 2, Christian Brown 3. We can't let Christian Brown off the hook because people still treat him like this fun, cool story
I
out of Kansas.
I got you.
And Shakira was sitting courtside in the NBA Finals, and he went nuts, and it was awesome. Guy's worth $125 million.
Yep.
Just because he has a baby face, stop treating him with kid gloves.
No, everything last night was, I can't believe Christian Brown next year kicks off his 5-year, $125 million salary.
And what happened in Game 2? Nikola Jokic didn't take the floater, and he passed the ball to Christian Brown.
Yep.
And what could Christian Brown not do? Knock down 2 free throws.
All right, trivia. We'll inject some fun and levity into today's proceedings. Trivia against the drive coming up next.
With Bo Nix having to get more work done on his injured ankle, could that spell future problems for the Broncos QB?
No one is going to want to hear what I have to say, but this will not be the last time. I'm just telling you.
With the ankle?
With an ankle issue with Bo Nix. I'm telling you on Wednesday, April 29th. It's not because it brings me joy or glee. It's not because I want to, but based on the evidence that I have. I hope I'm wrong, but I said I was really concerned about this after it happened and derailed the trip to the Super Bowl, and he's got another surgery on the ankle before he plays a down after. that latest ankle injury.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If the science and technology is out there, if it exists to improve you and your outlook on life, shouldn't you take advantage of it? If you're losing your hair and you're bummed out about it, there are ways and people to fix it, and it's Advanced Hair Restoration. They have the science and technology down pat, along with great people like Dr. Tanya Pauls and her all-star team. At Advanced Hair Restoration, they do a quick and easy one-day hair loss solution that's completely all-natural. Using your own natural hair, your hair starts regrowing the very next day. It's guaranteed to grow. And now you may ask, why are you so confident saying all this? Well, it's because I did this myself 20 years ago with the legend herself, Dr. Pauls. Flat out works. One day, easy aftercare, and the results are real. For me, 20 years and counting. It can work for you, too. You choose how much hair and where, and Advanced Hair Restoration does the rest. For a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, and $250 off. So call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by the Colorado Lottery. Play on.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is skate. S-K-A-T-E. Text SKATE to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's SKATE to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed.
If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when does that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's put aside all the anger and frustration and bitterness and negativity, and let's have a little bit of fun here as it is time for Trivia Against the Drive.
Powered by Window Nation.
All right, here we go. Hey, guys, wait, before you play the question, I want this. I want this one badly. No stink here, no Stoke. If the team of you, me, Will, Johnny Fever, and Joseph, man, if we can go 3-1, 4-0, and be able to rub that in their faces next week, oh, that'd be so sweet. So let's go. Let's raise our game. Here we go.
All right, guys, hockey question for you. Joe Sakic has played the most playoff games in Avalanche franchise history with 172. Who is number 2 on that list?
Okay, playoff games as an Avalanche.
Joe, 172. Obviously, people's minds are going to go to Forsberg, but he was injured during the playoffs. Handful of times.
Hayduk, maybe?
He had the spleen. Milan Hayduk's not bad.
Did that go out over the air? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you're on the air now. Yeah, Hayduk's a good one.
Patrick Waugh. I mean, he was here from 96 to 03. And he was the starting goalie almost every game. You know, there was no controversy. There was no Kemper, Francois, Wedgwood, Blackwood. It was just Waugh.
Why aren't we starting Abisher?
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Oh, you beat me to it. Good one. I was going to say, well, I don't remember Bob Hartley going, yeah, listen, we believe in both our goaltenders, Patrick Waugh and David Abisher. And there is something to the idea that, you know, the Avs under Gabe and Nate, they've only gotten past the second round once with this group, with these two.
And Gabe missed 2 full playoff series. 2.5, really, because he played the back half of the Dallas series last year. But he missed all of Seattle, and then he missed all of Winnipeg and Dallas.
So, like, you want to go with Nathan McKinnon because they've been in the playoffs so many times with him, but they haven't had the deep runs.
It's either Nathan McKinnon, Patrick Waugh, or Milan Hayduk.
I think you're right.
I feel pretty
I think it's one of
confident in
those three.
Adam Foote? No.
It's not bad.
That's not bad either, but Hayduk lasted a little bit longer than all those other guys. You know?
Yeah, he was on the teams that would, toward the end of Sakic, would make the playoffs and
Right.
at least play a round or
Right.
two.
Yeah, because we kept Hayduk through the lockout, right? We had to trade away Foote and Forsberg.
Right.
We're ruling out Forsberg, correct?
Yes.
You're 99% sure it's not Forsberg?
It's a good one, Joseph. Still cuts me to the core, but good one. I kind of like Hayduk.
You're the hockey guy. I'll defer to you.
Oh, now I'm the hockey guy.
I like Waugh, just for the record.
You like Waugh for the record. Joseph?
I mean, I said Hayduk, so let's go with my first instinct.
Johnny?
Sure.
That's Johnny's terse way of saying, I don't have an opinion.
Or watch it be Adam Foote, and then Johnny can take his victory lap.
I just said the name because it wasn't.
No, it's a great
I'm
name.
not like vindicated with it, so.
But it's a great name.
But every game that Waugh played, Hayduk played. Not right at the beginning.
Because he wasn't on the team that won the Cup in 96.
No, he was not.
And that's 16 games right there.
I know.
Or 20-something games.
But Joseph's right. I mean, Hayduk hung around a little bit longer. All right. I'd love to get you the pick because you're doing a great job filling in. But the fact that both Joseph and I think we have to go with the majority here. Okay.
I love it.
All right. Milan Hayduk. Final answer.
The correct answer is Adam Foote with
Oh.
170.
Well, I'm not even gonna really. We didn't really make a case for Footer.
We should have trusted Johnny.
I was just saying a name that wasn't brought up, so it's not like I was vindicated about it.
But if you had a little more passion behind that name, maybe we could have changed our answer.
Man, fight for him.
Yeah, it's my fault. My bad, guys.
No, it's not.
No, it's not your fault, John.
All right. 0 for 1. Question number 2.
Golf question for you guys. The PGA Championship has been won by an American the last 10 years, dating back to 2015, when what non-European but international player won his first and only major championship?
Is it? No? Nothing forthcoming? We just got to come up with a name?
Well, it's got to be an Australian or a South American. Guess it could be someone from Asia as well.
His only major.
Non-European is the key here.
Non-European.
How many does Sergio have?
Sergio won the Masters.
So he's got at least.
So he's got that one.
Yeah, because and it's the PGA, right?
Yeah, PGA.
That's always kind of the throwaway.
I mean, I'm thinking of some of the international guys that have won. Cam Smith, but he won.
He's not been around long enough. This is 10 years.
Yeah,
ago.
you're right. You're right. This is going back ways. Yeah.
Is this
you're
Jason
right.
Day? Has Jason Day been around long enough?
Yes, he has. That's a good. Put Jason Day in the group. I like that. I like that one. That's a good one. That's the leader in the clubhouse. See what I just did there?
It's not like a Retief Goosen or an Ernie Els.
Oh, there was a time though. Who was? Oh no, he won the British. Who am I thinking of? Not Lee Westwood. Who's the other guy? Anyway, it's not that guy because it's not the PGA.
Is Vijay Singh European?
Oh, Vijay Singh? Nah, that.
I think he's got multiple majors. Vijay was really good for a while. I mean, it's not a bad guess, but
It's not a bad guess, but when he was whatever he won was prior to 2015, I think. So but that's a good guess. I'm trying to think of some other guys that were not. Just think of some other guys. You said Retief Goosen,
Cabrera.
No, well, Angel Cabrera, didn't he win the Masters?
See the guys ripping darts.
Oh, ripping darts all the time. He got in trouble. He just got back. I think Cabrera won the Masters.
I think Jason Day is the name that makes the most sense.
I like your Jason Day. I'm trying to think of some other guys. Ian Poulter.
Do you want to hear the question again? Maybe there's a clue in there?
No, it's 2015.
Non-European.
And it's
One
his only
major.
major. Jason Day hasn't won like the Open or the. Unless you guys have another one, I Jason Day's a solid pick.
He's from Australia. He fits the timeline, and he seems like a one major guy.
Yeah. All right, Jason Day.
The correct answer is Jason Day.
Bang! Will Peterson, scrappy. Put in the scrappy and scrappy Will.
Let's go.
Nice job. All right, question number 3.
All right, fellas, here is a basketball question for you. There are 2 players in the NBA who have no trade clauses in their contract. LeBron James is one. What other 9-time All-Star is the other?
Great question.
It used to be Bradley Beal, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have that in his contract
I think
anymore.
Harden has it, doesn't he?
Ooh, and 9 All-Stars to me is the key. It's got to be a guy who's done this forever.
Harden's done this for a long time, and no matter how much we make fun of Harden as a playoff Harden, regular season Harden is pretty good.
Now, he just got traded.
And he did get traded, but I think he had to.
I think he waived his no trade clause.
I think he did.
Do you guys
too.
remember seeing the headlines that Harden waived it to go to Cleveland?
Right. All right, before we blurt that out, hold on. Kawhi?
Giannis wouldn't have made 9 All-Star games.
No.
Not yet.
What about like Devin Booker?
That's a solid pick.
Solid, but I don't know if he's gotten to 9 All-Star games. 9 All-Star games to me feels like you've been in the league at least 12 to 14 years.
Exactly.
Steph?
That's not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
It's a fading superstar is going to be the answer to this
Paul
question.
George?
He's been traded so many times.
Yeah, when he was traded, that's solid. That's solid, but
I think Harden might be it, Mike.
I know. I feel like it's Harden.
Chris Paul's not in the league technically anymore.
No. Harden, Kawhi,
Durant.
But
he just got traded from Phoenix to Houston. Did he waive it? Durant's not bad. He's in the same ballpark as Harden.
He's moved around a few times. But you would think that each time he got moved, he had been moved at a point in his career where he had the power, right?
You know what they say on the SATs?
Go with your first choice?
Go with your first gut.
I always went with C when I didn't know.
Was that also your GPA?
You're not far off, man. You're not far off. Guys, unless you got anybody else, you want to go James Harden? Johnny, you've been really quiet.
Well, when I hear golf, I instantly just don't
All right,
pay
well,
attention anymore.
this is hoops.
And I'm talking about the previous one.
I know.
I'd personally go Steph, but I'm fine with Harden.
I mean, Steph almost seems like an obvious one, right?
He did get Foot right, though.
Yeah, but he didn't fight for Foot.
That's true.
And Steph's played his whole career in Golden State. Are we overthinking it that Steph would want that security of, if I'm ever going to leave the Warriors, I want to be the guy that says where I get to go?
Does Steph need a no-trade clause,
That's the
though?
thing, yeah. Does Steph,
Doesn't seem to have the ego for it.
Right.
Whereas a guy like Harden.
I mean, Harden is...
But Harden's been moved so many times, too. I mean, that dude's played for the Nets, the Sixers, the Rockets,
So he
the
went
Thunder.
from the Sixers to the Clippers, right?
He's played for at least 6 teams.
I know, but do you recall when... But he wanted out of Philly, didn't he, at that point?
Mm-hmm.
He
hated Daryl Morey.
He hated Daryl Morey, right.
He burns bridges wherever he goes.
So maybe that's the kind of guy that... All right, I'm ready to go with Harden.
Let's
Unless
go
you
with
guys
James
wanna-
Harden.
All right, James Harden, final answer.
The correct answer is Damian Lillard.
Ah, well, again, another name we didn't even bring up. So, okay, that's a deep NBA question right there.
Well, we're like the Nuggets. We're down 2-1. Are we going to get this thing back to 2-2?
We're down 2-1, and Jaden McDaniels just called us out. You guys are lousy at this. You guys are lousy at trivia.
We should all be upset.
All right, we'll finish up trivia on the other side. Coming up next.
The Nuggets season is over as the shorthanded Timberwolves send the Nuggets home. Jamal Murray, nowhere to be found. Jaden McDaniels jawed all series, then proved it on the floor. This was supposed to be a run. Instead, it's an embarrassment. And now as banners fade and questions roar, are franchise-altering changes coming to the Mile High City? This offering promises chaos, tough decisions, and a radically different future. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Stoke here for my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, right? Don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. And you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they deliver advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Stop procrastinating, fellas. Pick up the phone. Call the best. Jeff and his team, they can get you taken care of. They're the absolute best. Call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations right here in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Cecil here for Window Nation. May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try and avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
All right, we are. It's 104.3 The Fan presents Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, let Mr. Big Voice Guy there finish up. All right, let's finish up trivia, then we'll get back into the Nugget fan bloodletting here. We are 1-2 thus far with one more question left. Will Peterson in for Stink and Stoke. Here we go.
Curveball question for you guys. Mount Everest is the highest mountain on Earth. What two countries share a border at Mount Everest?
Oh, isn't that...
I think one is Nepal.
I was going to say Tibet and Nepal.
Tibet's not a country anymore.
Oh. All right, it's definitely Nepal.
Is it India?
Wow. I mean, I've always just thought of Mount Everest as Nepal and Tibet.
You and I are both readers. I feel like I've read, I don't know, 2 or 3 Everest books.
Yeah?
Should be coming to mind, and it's not.
Man, Mount Everest is wild. I mean,
I thought it was going to be like, what's the second biggest mountain? I'm like, oh, it's K2.
Right.
That's not the
That's what I was
question.
thinking, too. I was kind of hoping that one. India, huh?
India's large.
Yeah.
Could it be Pakistan?
Pakistan.
I'm just thinking geography.
But you're locked in on Nepal 100%.
Yes.
And Tibet, when did Tibet stop being a country, Joe?
I have no idea. I just see all the free Tibet stuff all the time because China and Tibet.
Okay.
So you're sure Tibet's not a country?
Like 99% sure, Mike.
Like Peter
Forsberg, sure.
Okay. India. It's not China. All right, so like when you where's
Wait, is it China? Because Tibet's not a country anymore?
Maybe
is it China?
Maybe it's China, but I've never heard of China. It's always been Nepal. It's always been Nepal. With all those Sherpas from Nepal.
I've got Sherpa-lined sweatpants at home.
I know. The Sherpas are amazing. These guys are freaks. They just go up and down those mountains like billy goats. Sherpas. Jeez. Will. Johnny? No. Okay. He doesn't know.
Geography is not a strength of mine.
I know.
Geography in this part of the world is certainly not a strength of
God,
mine.
if it was just one of the two, I'd be 100% sure about Nepal. But China? I don't think it's China. India? You might. All right, so really quick, let's go at this a different way. Because you mentioned like K2's the second one. The Himalayas, right? Where are the Himalayas? Isn't that like kind of India, Pakistan?
I'm leaning towards Nepal and Pakistan. It's kind of what I'm thinking, but I don't know for sure.
I would go Nepal and India. Just my vote.
All right.
Well, Johnny's out, so it's 3 people, Mike, so you get to be the deciding vote.
Since Will has been an awesome co-host this morning, let's go Nepal and India. Final answer.
The correct answers are Nepal and China.
All right, guys, hockey question for you.
Yeah, let's take another swing at the hockey question. I'm going to go with Adam Foote.
It could be Peter Forsberg.
I'm sorry, fellas. Should have gone with Joe's gut. That's on me. That's on me.
We still love you, Will.
I appreciate it.
1-3. All right, guys.
We're exactly like the Nuggets. We're down 3-1.
We shall not bring this up on Monday. And if Stoke and or Stink ask, we lie. Okay? We can't admit to 1-3.
Nanny boo-boo. Stick your head in doo-doo.
Darn it. All right. That one stings. All right. They'll get their shot at trivia coming up at 4 o'clock today. Did you think by now, Will Peterson, that we might have gotten news that David Adelman had been let go? And if he hasn't been let go by this point, is he not going to get let go? The typical time frame that normally accompanies these type of things. I mean, at some point, if it's going to happen, it happens within a pretty a pretty short time after that final loss. It doesn't tend to drag on too long. At what point do we reach the point of no return and Adelman's staying?
I think it's today or tomorrow would be my gut. That if he makes it through the weekend, so I guess I'll throw Sunday in there as well, he's safe. Now, obviously, I think Nuggets fans would be really disappointed. Looking at the text line today, there's a lot of people blaming Jamal, Jokic, Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon's injury. Like, there's blame to go around, but not many people are defending David Adelman, Mike. Like, I think Nuggets Nation is pretty united on this, that he wasn't the guy for the job then. This series was really bad for him, and you have to get a big-time head coach in here moving forward to try to get Nikola Jokic that second title as your window continues to close and close. Am I surprised it hasn't happened yet at 9:36? No, I'm not. But at the same time, I'm going to be refreshing Twitter all day long.
Yeah.
Because if Shams Charania has this, he's going to get it first. He's going to break it with the big graphic. The Nuggets have dismissed, Nuggets have fired David Adelman. But after a football season, they come and clean out the lockers, and they all get the garbage bags, and they take the stuff home. I imagine the Nuggets landed at what, 3, 4 in the morning? I assume the guys will come to Ball Arena
Think
today.
today's the clean-out day?
I do.
Really?
But I think they'll roll in around noon, 1 o'clock. So could it absolutely still happen? Yes. And could it happen this afternoon? It could. It could. David Adelman, you know what David Adelman doesn't want to see this morning? Hey, Josh needs to talk to you.
No.
That would be the worst case scenario for David Adelman.
Make yourself scarce. Yeah.
Getting that email.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh wants to see you upstairs.
Bring your playbook. No, and it's not a Denver Nugget fan reaction. It's not a Denver, Colorado reaction. It's an every sports city in America, around the world reaction. When things don't go well, the first thought is fire the coach. Why? For a lot of reasons. But the two biggest ones are, one, you want to believe there's nothing wrong with the team and with the players you have that you root for that can't be improved by just simply removing the coach. And two, it's easier to replace the coach than replace the team.
But in this case, is it justified? Did David Adelman lose his job over the last 2 weeks?
Yes! David Adelman didn't do anything that makes me convinced he's an NBA head coach that can win a championship. But I also think the Nuggets revealed a lot of who they are and what they aren't. And I'm not going to give the players a pass.
But aren't you hedging a little bit here? Because you did tell me earlier in the show that you think Adelman should be dismissed.
Yeah, but I don't think it should end there. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it should.
So
be
do
just,
both. Fire Adelman and make a big.
If all you're going to do is fire Adelman, then I don't think I think you're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
So you'd fire Adelman and trade.
I would make a significant trade,
featuring everyone except for Nikola Jokic.
Pick one or two from this pool: Murray, John, Cam, Brown, AG. Yeah, one of those four.
You and I are on the exact same page.
So, but I think just I do not like the job that David Adelman did, especially whenever he was asked about competing and responding and effort, and he was just like, it's all about offense. That's all it is. We miss shots. They made shots. We missed shots. I didn't like that at all. But come on, I mean, as a professional athlete, when you are called out like Josh McDaniels,
another villain,
do their job. Freudian slip there. When you get called out like that, and you're a professional athlete, my goodness, like Mark said the other day, he goes, as a former athlete, I was offended by the Nuggets' reaction. I can't put all that on Adelman. I mean, at some point, as professional athletes, come on, man. Your ego, your pride, your manhood, show me you got some spine.
Kids got balls, man.
And the fact that they didn't do it for 3 of the 4 games after those comments were made just tells me that there's something rotten here that goes beyond just David Adelman.
Right, but there was also no motivation coming from the head coach.
Well,
and a head coach inherently has to motivate.
I'm sorry, Will. That is something.
You don't think Phil Jackson was a motivator?
I think Phil Jackson had Michael Jordan. He had Kobe Bryant. He had Scottie Pippen. He had Shaquille O'Neal.
The Nuggets have Nikola Jokic.
Well, if you think, I'd be sorry. I'm gonna say this. I'd be disappointing you if you think that the only reason Michael Jordan did what he did was because he was motivated by Phil Jackson.
I don't think that's the case.
Or the only reason Kobe Bryant did was what he did was because he was motivated by Phil Jackson.
Not at all. But I think
Okay?
Phil Jackson's got 10 rings because he was a master motivator. I think that helped the cause in a big way.
Why didn't he win championships with the Knicks?
Cursed.
No. Not going to let you off the hook, okay? It's if your team needs to be motivated to go out and be professional and play with pride, and you have to be motivated by your head coach to do it, you got the wrong guys.
Okay, well,
you got the wrong guys. I mean, no. I just don't understand, Will, and I'm not blaming you because you're not alone. I just don't understand that when things like this go horribly wrong, people want to start and almost end and put it on the coach.
Yeah, but look at the 2022 Broncos. Why were they such a disaster? Because their head coach had no control of the players. And Nathaniel Hackett, for my money, even with your slip, is the worst head coach in Denver Broncos history. Even worse than Josh McDaniels.
All right, then I'm going to go at this the other way then. Okay, then you're going to tell me that the reason why the Avalanche and Nuggets won championships was because Jared Bednar and Michael Malone motivated their players to play to a championship level.
Slice of the pie, but not the reason. Slice of the pie for sure.
Sure.
We can't sell Malone and Bednar short.
And I'm not going to absolve David Adelman of any blame in this, but to put the majority of the blame on him when we're talking about professional athletes, I'm sorry. That's always been, I can't cross that line.
So
I never will.
Was Hackett blameless then? Because the player Dalton Reisner was fighting Brett Rippon on the sideline. You see what I'm saying?
But there was nobody on that team that I would look at and say that even if you had a really strong coach in there, do I feel like I was looking at like really, really strong?
Russell Wilson was on that team, a 10-time Pro Bowler.
So you think the only reason that they were what they were was because of Nathaniel Hackett? There were a lot of issues that went.
Sean Payton took the same roster and almost made the playoffs the next year when they were one of the worst teams in the NFL with Hackett. Coaching matters.
They also brought in some. They've also. You're welcome, Sean. They also brought in some better players too right away.
Yeah,
Sean
Lil Jordan came and saved the day.
Mike McGlinchey came and Ben Powers came and things like that. All right,
I'm being a little sarcastic.
I know you are, but I just can't start and with when it comes to effort and motivation and professionalism, put that all on. It's the coach's job to do that. I just think you're giving the players a pass. That's me. That's you. That's fine. I'm sure there are people that agree with me. I'm sure there are people.
Have I given Jamal Murray or Christian Brown a pass this morning?
Well,
no, I have not.
Apparently, David Adelman didn't motivate Jamal enough. We'll continue to get your reaction. Finish strong here before we hand it off to Dover and Cecil next.
The second round is set, and the star power is undeniable. The Avalanche finally has its answer. The Minnesota Wild. For the fourth time in playoff history, the Avs and Wild, with the spotlight blazing, Nathan MacKinnon's speed and force against Kirill Kaprizov's style and swagger. A superstar matchup on the blue line with Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes. Superstars rivalry, Avs, Wild. Round 2, coming soon. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Jacob's Law 303 Law 4040. Really proud of this case that we just settled. There was a young man very seriously injured. In fact, I had to go to the hospital and meet with him and his family. And we checked with the insurance companies while I was at the hospital, and they claimed no insurance coverage on either side. And on top of that, he had no medical insurance. So he was going to be facing about $400,000 in medical bills. And I said to the family, I said, I cannot make you any promises, but I know no other lawyer is going to touch this case because the insurance companies say they won't pay, but I want to try. Let me at least try. And I put my team at 303 Law 4040 on it, and they found $75,000 in insurance coverage that the insurance companies did not want to pay. So not only did we get them $75,000, but we also found a way to get them on Medicaid. So the $400,000 in bills was covered by medical insurance as well. We were proud. We fought for them. We'll fight just as hard for you if you ever need us. The number's 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need us. It's 303 Law 4040.
Max HELOC can lower your bill significantly. Borrow $250,000 and have a payment option as low as $495 a month. We make it easy to save. Call now for a no-risk, no-obligation quote. U.S. Mortgages 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
The game started. Call your dad. I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey. Goal!
Here to shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Life app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans not for extended international use, you must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025.
You know, Shayna, when our grandparents opened Williams Jewelers in 1947, they had one guiding philosophy.
It's true. From a simple jewelry repair to that very important diamond engagement ring, we treat every customer like family.
Because you're sharing your life with us. That's the only way we know how to do business. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. We're generational jewelers, creating heirlooms for the next generation.
Whether you're looking for that perfect diamond engagement ring, fine Swiss watch, or a custom piece, or that once-in-a-lifetime treasure.
We're here to make all your precious moments unforgettable. 3 generations of fine jewelry expertise right here in Colorado.
If you can dream it, it's here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
Because we're not only one of America's largest fine jewelers,
we're Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Tired of or fearful of hearing no? Let us say yes. We can help you get your loan approved with our expanded guidelines, less than perfect credit okay, high debt to income ratios, and more. Call U.S. Mortgages at 303 low rate.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
Stream Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'm not mad at anybody here because it plays out all over the place. But again, a lot of the coach is responsible for setting the culture. The team does take on your coach's personality. The team is a reflection of your head coach. It's easy to say this kind of stuff when you lose. But I have to go at it the other way then. So you're telling me this Avalanche team that we're watching, that looks like a juggernaut. You're saying this Avalanche team is simply a reflection of Jared Bednar and not Gabe, Nate, McCarr, Taves, Manson. I mean,
not saying that at all.
Come on, you realize how crazy that sounds that
They gave me my first chance.
that the Avs are the Avs because of their reflection of Jared Bednar? Come on, I love Bedsy, but that's ridiculous.
Not saying that
okay?
at all, Mike. What I'm saying is that Jared Bednar pushed the right buttons when they won the Cup in 2022. Michael Malone pushed the right buttons when the Nuggets won the title in 2023. David Adelman against a beat-up, totally injury-riddled Wolves team couldn't even get his team to 3 wins. They lost in 6. They didn't even lose in 7. They won 2 lousy playoff games with David Adelman this year.
But you think it's
Jared Bednar won 16.
But you think it's David Adelman's job.
Michael Malone won 16.
You think it's David Adelman's job to tell Nikola Jokic, hey, Nikola, here's film after film, highlight, cut after cut of a Minnesota Timberwolves player driving in the lane. You're just standing there watching him go by. So that's David Adelman's job to get Nikola Jokic to make an effort on defense. Come on, you know that's not
No,
true.
but
That's
I think you're
not true.
oversimplifying culture here.
Well, I think you're overinflating the role of the coach.
Oh, then why have coaches? Why do coaches matter? Why do we have great coaches?
All right, so
why does Bill Belichick have a fistful of rings? I guess that was all Tom Brady, and Bill did nothing.
Whoa. Actually, you know what? That's a perfect example of
so
my.
now we're going to slander Bill Belichick.
No, this is the perfect example. My equation is always coaching matters, players matter more. Bill Belichick, of course, mattered. But if you think he mattered more than Tom Brady, you're kidding yourself, right? You don't think that it was more Bill Belichick than Tom Brady, do you?
No, because Brady went and got another ring, and the Patriots struggled.
So you needed him to go get a ring somewhere else to be convinced that it was Brady over Belichick?
That was the debate at the time.
Oh, to me, it was never a debate.
A lot of people said, we're going to find out. Is it Brady or Belichick? And we found out it was Brady.
Well, you know,
We're fixing to find out.
Smart people were telling you long before, and then they weren't surprised when it went down that way. So you're telling me that when Peyton Manning came here and everything changed, that was John Fox setting the culture of the Denver Broncos, not Peyton Manning?
No, that was a superstar player taking over.
What's Nikola Jokic?
John Fox is the reason Peyton Manning didn't win 2 or 3 Super Bowls in Denver.
No.
John Fox took a knee with 32 seconds on the clock against the Ravens and 2 timeouts.
You're shifting the argument here. You're shifting the debate here, okay? I'm talking about the culture that existed while Peyton Manning was here. I'm not talking about the results. I'm talking about the culture.
It was a great culture.
Who put it in place, John Fox or Peyton Manning?
Oh, Peyton, for sure.
Of course, okay? That's all I'm saying is that I'm not absolving David Adelman. I want David Adelman gone. I don't think he's a top-level championship coach, okay? But when you're handing out the blame pie here, I'm sorry. I'll put David Adelman in the mix, but I'm going to, especially when you're talking about guys that have won championships before, and we extol and we praise and we talk about Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and when things are going well, it's playoff Jamal and it's bubble Jamal and it's Nikola Jokic. Oh, the guy should be a 6-time MVP. He's the best player walking the planet. And all that is said without a second thought when things are going well. Now, after a game like this, a series like this, it's all David Adelman's fault?
Mike, I've spent 4 hours crushing Jamal Murray.
Okay, then
I know you heard me say those things I said about Jamal.
And listen, you and I are on the same page. Okay, we want Adelman gone, and we want a shakeup of the core.
Correct.
But if it's just Adelman,
that's not enough.
Okay, good. All right, then we will finish this show agreeing.
Okay, we found some middle ground.
All right.
Fire David Adelman
Yes.
and make a big trade.
Correct.
That doesn't involve Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
I love it.
Acknowledge that David Adelman is not a championship coach, that you're not going to win a championship with David Adelman, but also acknowledge that the core of this team is not a championship core.
Not anymore. It was.
It was, but it's not anymore.
Correct.
Acknowledge that. And the funny thing is, I don't think anything's going to change.
Oh, that'd be so disappointing. You think Nuggets fans are mad now. Think about when you do the show Monday. If Adelman still has a job and there's no whispers about any big changes.
Not only is David Adelman going to have the job, it's going to be, hey, you watch the people in the media that carry the Nuggets water. It's going to start getting out there. Hey, no Aaron Gordon. I mean, geez, what do you really expect? Aaron Gordon, glue guy. He's the heartbeat. You didn't have Aaron Gordon. And, hey, Peyton Watson too. How far could they really go?
We're going to go participate hard out there, boys.
I'm telling you, Adelman's not going anywhere. No one's going anywhere. It's going to be blamed on the injuries to Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson.
I hope
I'm telling
Joe
you.
saves this audio.
Yeah, you can.
For Monday.
I hope I'm wrong. Believe me. And also save this part of it. Boy, do I hope I'm wrong. But my gut feeling tells me that's the direction and that's the message we're going to hear.
What if Shams Charania drops it at 10:04?
Then, again.
And you're still in the office.
I will be like, woohoo, I'm glad I was wrong. But gut feeling is that they're going to spin this around the injuries.
That would be really frustrating.
I mean, really quick. Here was Adelman yesterday.
My first thought of the season and everything is really incomplete because the team that started the season obviously was very dominant. We thought we found something on both sides of the ball, and then it never seemed to, have a chance to get back to that. And that's not an excuse. That's just the bottom line.
Boom. That's it. That's the talking point that's going to be advanced. Did you see us at the beginning of the season when we were whole? But then we weren't, and we never got back to that. And for really a lot of this season, it goes down as an incomplete. But we showed a little bit about what it could look like.
But isn't that a guy trying to save his job?
And it could still be, or is that a guy who's already been told this is what the talking point is?
I think it's a guy campaigning for his job.
I hope you're right, but I have a feeling that that's already the bullet points have been put out. We shall see. Hey, who knows? 10:05, Josh Dover could come out and say, this is not a drill.
This is not a drill.
David Alman's been fired. We shall see. We shall see. But, all right, here we go. Dover Cecil coming your way next.
See here now, boys. It's the NBA. We're going to play tough.
With Bo Nix having to get more work done on his injured ankle, could that spell future problems for the Broncos QB?
No one is going to want to hear what I have to say. But this will not be the last time. I'm just telling you.
With the ankle?
With an ankle issue with Bo Nix. I'm telling you on Wednesday, April 29th. It's not because it brings me joy or glee. It's not because I want to. But based on the evidence that I have, I hope I'm wrong. But I said I was really concerned about this after it happened and derailed the trip to the Super Bowl. And he's got another surgery on the ankle before he plays a down after that latest ankle injury.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends at SodaDietNutrition.com. Now, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds because of soda, and I'm never going back. I've never gained the weight back. I never will, because SodaDietNutrition.com, they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's simply magnificent. I want you to call them up, 866-800-SODA, where you can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda weight loss is now SodaDietNutrition.com, and you've got to have these guys on your side, because the weight loss journey, it can be tough. There can be struggles. Having a real nutritionist there available via text to help you out with any sort of questions, concerns, sometimes it's just straight up encouragement. It's SodaDietNutrition.com, and there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, any mystery chemicals you're putting in your body. You're doing it the right way. Learn how. Join the program. SodaDietNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We're all at risk when you don't give space to vehicles on the side of the road. Move over or slow down. Put yourself in their shoes. This could be you someday. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
David Adam and the entire Denver Nuggets team, organization. Oh, all bad last night. Buckle up, Tribe members. Pull up. Get on the couch. It's time for a little 4 hours of sports talk therapy. And it's not just for you guys today. For us as well. Last night, brutal. Brutal ending to what is one of, honestly, if not since the 80s when they were stacked and getting beat up by the Lakers and not finding ways to finals. This has got to be one of the more or most disappointing season endings in Denver Nuggets franchise history. The season is over after a pathetic series and effort from the Denver Nuggets. They lose 4-2. And now the offseason begins with nothing but questions, and we're here to answer as many of those, throw out as many of those. We're brainstorming today. There are no bad ideas in brainstorming, so you have some, I have some, Kevin's got some. Our lovely Tribe members will certainly have some. We are just going to work through this, talk through this, and figure out where we are by 2 o'clock. But it's pathetic. It's weak. It's no heart. They're quitters. They have no pride. Their manhood was stolen. The Minnesota Timberwolves are now, like Von Miller was and is, the proud owner of Cam Newton's soul. Jaden Daniels is now the proud owner of Jamal Murray's soul, Nikola Jokic's soul, Cam Johnson's soul, Christian Brown's soul. The Minnesota Timberwolves were the big brother that bullied us on the block for 4 games to the 2 that the Denver Nuggets won. They were outcoached. They were outclassed. They were outplayed. They were out-hustled. And they were absolutely embarrassed in front of the NBA world. I haven't felt like, I'm a Nuggets fan in a long time. I can't get that stink off of me today, Cease. I'm a Nuggets fan. And that'll be gone. I'll get my pride back. But right now, I feel like I've been kicked when I'm down. They're still kicking because they're now moving on. It's a tough day to be a Nuggets fan, and it makes it even harder because I know we're going to talk about changes and what should happen. I have 0% confidence in Josh Kroenke. I have 0% confidence that they're going to change and do the right things. I have 0% confidence they're going to pay the money to get into the second apron if that's what it costs to get yourself in a championship window again. Today is tough. Yeah, today is tough, and there's no answers in sight. There's answers that we can project. There's answers that we can talk about. But let's start with the game. Before we get into what should they do? They've got to blow it up. But this game was pathetic. Do they even like basketball?
Doesn't seem like it.
Seriously. And I know that they had the memes and the internet is undefeated of hey, Joker doesn't like basketball. But to start out that way in the first quarter.
Joker's not free and clear
with
today either.
All those turnovers. Oh, hell no.
Joker's getting
hell
his.
No. Are we going to let Joker off the hook today? And I thought Shaq put it best after the game when Shaq said, hey, superstars take over. And I'm not even talking about the fourth quarter, but in the first quarter, what's he doing messing around with all those turnovers? What's he doing not taking shots, right? Why was he so cold when this was a moment when you needed everything from him? And what he did was solid. Again, this is the day. Do not at me, bro. Because I'm going to say stuff about the Nuggets. It's going to hurt your wee sensitive feelings.
Same.
But your Nuggets team sucks because this sucks. This is absolutely pathetic and embarrassing. It's likely one of the most embarrassing moments in Denver sports history. What just happened? A Minnesota team with 8 guys that all played and all played well. You said, big brother, all that. And they're not the big brother. They were the little brother's, friend who's not good at sports that just beat you up. That's who that was.
Jaden McDaniels had a stat line that hadn't happened in the Western Conference since Kobe Bryant was playing. Jaden McDaniels did that to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Jaden McDaniels took the heart of Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Jaden McDaniels exposed Nikola Jokic. Jaden McDaniels exposed Jamal Murray. That goodwill that Jamal built up, Jamal Star, Jamal NBA, all the stuff we were talking about, it's out the window today. You got punked, dude. You want to sit up there and talk about how much you love MMA and you're a big badass dude at the podium a year ago and you let Jaden McDaniels take your soul? There's no heart. There's no fight. The Denver Nuggets are a team of cowards, dude. They're a team of tail tuckers. That's what the Denver Nuggets are. A bunch of fools
that couldn't look themselves in the eyes. The man in the mirror conversation we had a bunch for football season.
Right.
They couldn't do that and wake up. You got exposed. Cecil, why would anybody in the NBA be afraid of the Denver Nuggets?
Nobody is.
If you're a player that thinks, hey, I want to go get a chance at a championship, why would you pick the Denver Nuggets? This window's done. It's closed. It's over. And why would anybody think they could be here to come here and be the saving grace when you got teammates that don't give a damn, that look like they're just going through the motions in an elimination game? I'm trying not to get super mad, but it's going to come at some point today.
Yeah, it's already here at this thing. I'm at the point of apathy now because last night it made me happy to watch the Wild win over the Stars. That made me happy.
Dude,
I hate Minnesota, but I hate what I saw from the – Kev, you need to be dialed in today because I'm going to cuss every other segment. Like, this is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic to have – an end of an era end that way, because I'm going to be emotional and opinionated, and I'm going to be a little bit hyperbolic, but doesn't it feel like the end of the Joker era? And it doesn't mean trade Joker or anything stupid like that.
No,
but what
dumb.
it means is that version of the Denver Nuggets that got the one ring, that's done. You cannot construct it in a similar way. It's done. It's over. You got exposed. Everybody knows how to beat you. And by the way, you don't even need to be as aggressive as Minnesota is to know that that's the way you beat the Nuggets forever and ever and ever.
And listen to what you just said. There's a blueprint to beat the Denver Nuggets, and it has nothing to do with basketball.
Exactly. It has to do with attitude.
Want to.
Heart.
Will.
Hustle. Energy. Effort. Focus. David Adelman, I don't even have him on the plane coming back. Just leave him in Minnesota. Like, yeah, dude, don't be coach of the Nuggets ever again.
And that was the fool that was talking about competitiveness.
Exactly.
And he thought it was good enough from his team.
Right. He thought it was good enough, and this is the most embarrassing way for an era to end. A lot of times era ends in like a championship or maybe even a failure to get a championship, but at least you got there. At least you made it to that point. I mean, we're talking about all the trials and tribulations of Nuggets past, not getting an inbounds in against the Lakers, right? That wasn't the first round. This is a first-round exit for a team with an MVP candidate. Full stop. Stop saying that, everybody. Are you upset he's not getting the MVP today?
Nope.
I hope to hell not. Nobody out there in Denver sports or anyone that's hearing my voice right now should be upset that your guy's not going to win the MVP. That's not an MVP performance. And are we going to be hard on Joker today? Yeah. Does he deserve it today? Yeah. Are you going to be okay with it? Yeah. Because everyone should feel like this. Dude, you're the MVP. Take over. Jamal's Jamal. And, nights are going to be off. I'm not giving Jamal a pass either.
No,
Nobody gets
McDaniels
a pass.
Took him out of the series.
0 people get a pass. And Jamal was worse than Joker. Again, as Shaq said, Joker was solid. We spend so much time blowing bubbles at Joker. No one's ever like, oh, but he's really solid. No, he's a superstar. He's the best Serbian basketball god. Where was that? Where was any of that? Where's that heart of a champion that's like, I don't care if you got only 8 guys. No one's ever beating me.
Dude, it happened in the game last night. Naz Reid comes over and shoves him. His first reaction is to cry to the referee.
Right.
At what point do you be a man and stand up for yourself? And if I'm Nicola, I'm telling the referees all series, you let this keep happening, I'll take care of it.
Right.
You let this keep happening, I'll take care of it.
Right.
And then Naz Reid comes over and shoves him after Clark thinks he's Billy Badass.
Yeah.
I'm taking care of it, dude. And especially, dude, if I had the money to do it, I'm punching people at will. I mean, come on, Nikola Jokic, you're this big badass dude. What happened to the Morris Jokic? That dude's not around anymore. He doesn't live in that body anymore. Joker is so soft. He's so soft. And he is the face of this franchise. If he's going to be that little baby turd soft basketball player, what do you think the rest of the guys are going to do? And you think their head coach is going to pull him out of that?
No.
He's softer than Nikola is.
Yeah.
David Adelman doesn't know adversity. David Adelman's never had to pull himself out of anything, let alone lead men to pull them out of something. The dude's not it. He looks lost on the sideline. He looks clueless in press conferences.
Hey, let's call another timeout.
Nobody in the media respects him. Nobody in the fan base respects him.
I want to call them a paper tiger, but that would mean that they had the vision of a tough team at some point, and they've never had that. Joker's soft. Jamal's not it. Jaden McDaniels owns the Denver Nuggets' souls. God, and I hate saying
This is
that.
the formula. Look what Terrence Shannon did. Hey, kid, just go out there and attack every single time. Terrence Shannon played a hell of a game last night. Now, it's 9 of 20 shooting, but it was still attack. It was 1 of 7 from the three-point arch, but it was still attack. If you just attack this team, they'll fold like a folding chair. We got a lot to get into.
Yes, we do. Well, keep it coming. Want to hear from you guys. Tribe roll call today. Trucker roll call today could just be all your reactions to what's happening with this team. Don't forget to put your name on every text so we can give you a shout-out on the show. Hit us up at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. Watch the show at youtube.com/DenverSports. Click the Dover and Cecil stream. You're in just like that. It is basically a 4-hour sports talk therapy session. We're going to hear from Joker.
Oh, my God.
We're going to hear from Jamal. We're going to hear from DA. But we're going to continue this conversation and talk about some of these changes that may or may not come coming up next.
The Nuggets season is over as the shorthanded Timberwolves send the Nuggets home. Jamal Murray, nowhere to be found. Jaden McDaniels jawed all series, then proved it on the floor. This was supposed to be a run. Instead, it's an embarrassment. And now as banners fade and questions roar, are franchise-altering changes coming to the Mile High City? This offering promises chaos, tough decisions, and a radically different future. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more, getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow, they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We built one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof, all measured, all working together. That's not a pitch, that's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
What's up, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and summer is already here. Tea times, perfect drives, and enjoying the greens with your family and friends. But if joint pain is holding you back, keeping you off the golf course, discover natural pain-free relief with Regen RX. Their shockwave, stem cell, and PRP therapy could be the key to reclaiming your swing and active golfing life. No surgery, no downtime, and no risk. Right now, they're offering a limited number of consultations. Text PAIN to 303-630-9770 to see if you're a candidate. Don't wait any longer. Go see my friends at Regen RX right now.
Want to enhance your landscape with a 100% natural product? Hi, I'm Roxy Medina,
owner of Permagreen Organics. Permagreen Gorilla Hair and Shredded Red Cedar are both 100% natural cedar products. Permagreen Shredded Red Cedar comes directly from the debarking machines at lumber mills in Idaho, Washington, and Montana. That's where the best cedar is found. Permagreen Gorilla Hair is the same cedar, but it goes through another process where it is hammer milled and takes on a finer, mossy look. The color of these two products, of course, is natural. The wonderful aroma is natural as well. These products spread easily, lay down nicely, and hold up well in windy areas. They add a beautiful reddish-brown tint to the landscape. This year, go with the real deal. Buy Permagreen Gorilla Hair and Permagreen Shredded Red Cedar. You don't need a miracle, you need Permagreen.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is coach. COACH. Text coach to 303-713-1043 right now, and you could win a $50 Dick's Sporting Goods gift card and qualify for the $1,000 grand prize. That's coach to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and
in what, Denver sports history for a championship caliber team? Or were we completely wrong in ever calling them a championship caliber team? You tell me.
That's why it's so weird. There's a 54-win basketball team. A 54-win basketball team that did it with multiple different lineups and adjusting and figuring things out on the fly. And then the one thing that you can't figure out is physicality. We're professional athletes, right? See, they're all pretty strong. They're all stronger than I am, for sure. I got more heart than those guys. I got more want-to than those guys. We said it all series long. And I wrote it down 4 different times on this stupid rundown. Why am I so jealous of how good Minnesota looks?
Right.
Why am I so jealous of how much those guys won it? Why am I so envious of their style of play? When my team doesn't do any of that.
Well, that's basketball. What? And full stop. Everyone knows I hate Minnesota. I hate the Wolves. I hate the Wild, whatever. That's basketball, though. Like, you go to a street ball court, you play Old Men Rec League. Now, maybe, not as aggressive as that, but that's basketball.
We're more aggressive than the Nuggets were.
Basketball, you're supposed to be physical. Basketball, you're supposed to attack. Basketball also has beautiful skill, great passing, great shooting, all those things that we can enjoy that the Nuggets should do. But there's a part of basketball that they've been ignoring, and that part of basketball is the physicality. Do you think, and name any of the greats, I don't have to go very far, name any of the greats. I'll start with Big Fundamentals. Would he ever allow his team to exit like that in the first round?
No.